Good morning. What's going on? How are we doing? Get things going here. Get things on the road. I think we're going to mess around with the gnome. Wizard. So yeah, I think we're going to play this. Am I looking at a mirror? I just logged in and there's a guy in front of me named L. Riddle. So, like, very close to my name. And he's a gnome. What the heck is this? I need to memorize my spells. Minor spell shield. We get some flame burst here. Hey, thank you so much. Appreciate it. We got intelligent down there. All right, so this is all we need right here. We're going to get to level 4, and then we're going to mess around more with the wizard today. Level 4. Here we come. Wait, I didn't give myself my buffs, did I? Whoops. Hey, what's going on, Duck? How you doing, bud? Yo, a wizard, Harry. I should have called myself Harry. Harry Potter. Yeah, there's some other things I was going to do today, but I don't know. I don't know if I really want to go do them. I might get on my fighter and run around some zones and just kind of show off zones. Like, do one zone a day. Go to different areas. Talk about the mobs in the area. Camps that you can go to. I thought about doing that. But we're going to mess around with the wizard. It's a wizard. Oh no, I've got a jackal. We'll get the jackal first. Jackal's easier. It's a jackal. A jackal? Is it a jackal? It's a jackal. I don't think I've ever done the wizard class quest. So we'll do that today. You're gonna hit the guy? What are we doing here? Yeah, I'm just really not sure what else to do at the moment. I'm thinking like zone tours could be fun though. Trying to think of what zones we can go into and do a zone tour though. Unfortunately, on the fighter, it's gonna be hard to run around in some zones. You know, fighter's not too great. When it comes to sneaking around. I guess I could make a rogue. And we could just, we could sneak into a bunch of zones on a rogue. I need 2 snake skins for the starter quest. Okay. I'd like to see a zone tour, but I might have to, watch it like after that. Okay. Yeah, I'll probably, if I do a zone tour, I'll upload it to YouTube. Can't type today? Yeah, you're good. Yeah, I could probably make like a rogue and then get stealth. Rogue can stealth around to so many places. Snake skin. I can just get some sow. And I can go to a lot of places. Why is this not tabbing to that snake? What the heck? Tabbed like 5 times. The snake was right in front of me. More snakes. More snakes. There we go. 2 snake skins. I did it. I done did it. $3 gold for that. And how much for this? $3 gold for this. Wow. I'm telling you, man. I'm telling you. The economy is going to start going nuts. I said it when it first started. Things were going to be cheap at the beginning because people don't have money. But very quickly, the cost of items is going to skyrocket. Because people are going to start having money and start paying for it. It will not take long. I feel like this north side yard has just more mobs in it than the west side. I don't know. Maybe I'm crazy. Crazy, crazy. I'm probably going crazy. Loved your hunting area video. Plan on going back and watching it again. Your class overview is very helpful as well. Awesome. I'm glad. We'll be doing a class overview on all the classes as we get closer to early access. So definitely we'll be doing that. But yeah, I think maybe we should make a rogue. Give it some Sal and go through some dungeons. Give it Sal and get a lantern so we can go through some dungeons. Or just go around in general, running around in different areas. Maybe we'll do that. Mayhaps. I think that'd be a good idea for today. For a little while today. I think we might try to do some group stuff later on, but I don't know. We'll see. How much playtime did you need to get 60 on the fighter? It was right around 17 days played. About 400 hours. Give Isar the day off. He is he's camping stuff for his monk so he can make a monk. So he's camping a couple items for that. We'll probably go visit him here. If I make a rogue to do like a zone tour thing, I'll go get Sal from him. No, there's plenty to do on the level 60. You just have to have a group. Like a fighter has to have a group. Like they're not going to do anything without a group. Anything worth doing. So you know, I'll do my group stuff later. Now that we have several people level 60, people just don't want to group up. To like they're not going to log in to try to get XP and stuff. So I'm just kind of goofing off on the wizard. The old wizard. I don't want to die. Got him. All right, now I can die. Oh no, I died. Ah. Totally worth it. Because now I have health again. Way faster than trying to... Way faster than trying to get health. sit down and waiting to get health. I think level 4 we get meditate. It's going to be huge. Huge. Can I tell you what the end game is like? Yeah, I mean, there's not a whole lot of in game right now. There are at least 5 raids that I know of for you to do. You know, like once you hit level 60, the main thing you're going to be doing is trying to gear up, go out exploring, do quests that you may have skipped. Go farm items that you may have missed. And then, you know, do in-game kind of raid stuff. You know, get groups together and go do some of the challenging content. I just want to get to level 4, and then I want to try to get... Well, may do the class quest, starter quest for this guy. Buy some spells. And then probably switch over and get on a rogue for a little bit. And just stealth around. Check stuff out, you know? There's areas that I haven't really snuck around to as well. That I always wanted to. But I always focused on leveling a ton. So I never really did it. Looking forward to June 1st. How's the game in a duo? How are you pairing for duos? Duos are, right now, probably the best way to play the game. If you don't have a good solo class, you definitely want to play with a duo. And you can do a lot with a duo. Probably more than you should be able to. Think you're gonna play as a duo? Yeah, go for it. You can definitely do it now. There's going to be a big class update coming soon, though, so things might change soon. Have Dev mentioned the Ixar-like race? I think might need it. They have mentioned, wow, a lizard man race We have no idea if or when it will come into the game. Or if it will be playable or not. But they have mentioned it. It will not be a playable race anytime soon. And it will not be in the game anytime soon. Come on, Dune Scarab. Get slaughtered. I want to get to 4 so we can go get new spells and stuff. Ever do the gate key quest? I have. I've got a... There should be a video on YouTube. I think there's a video on YouTube about it. How to do that quest. There are, I believe 3 named inside of that gate. Inside of that area. And they have some decent gear on them. Not like crazy, you know, amazing gear, but... They've got some gear on them. There's more? There is more to it, yeah. I just got to the point where you have the key. Then there's some things you can do after that to continue the quest if you want to, yes. I have not completely finished that quest all the way through. So it might kill you? It might. You have unlocked a cantrip. And I wow. A lot just happened there. So I unlocked a second cantrip. Which... So I'm guessing then readiness gives you a cantrip. Like a free cantrip. Uh-oh. Now we're not loading in the Night Harbor. Right-row. Trolls on early access. You have to wait. Trolls are going to be... We're going to have to Alt F4 this. Trolls are not going to come out until Module 2. Level 1, and then it seems like you get a normal one at level 4. So I got one at level 1, and I get an additional one at level 4. So it seems like the readiness trait just gives you an additional cantrip. Very, very, very good to have. Like, that's awesome. So let's put in a spell shield. Flame burst. I'm going to test it right now. So let's see if we do... Oops. There we go. So now we have flame burst. Yep. Second cantrip at level 4. That's awesome. That's like so good. So good. Have you tried PvP? I heard you're allowed to train people, which sounds miserable. I don't do PvP in this game because, like you said, it's miserable. I would not recommend PvP to anyone in this game, unless you know what you're going in for and you don't mind griefing, you don't mind being griefed, all of that kind of stuff. It's gonna be a miserable experience for most players. And I don't say that lightly. I hope they don't turn a lot of people off with PvP beta invite. Well, it's gonna be beta's gonna be a problem, guys. Like, you need to go, if you go into did I say beta? PvP is gonna be a problem. If you go into PvP server, you know it's gonna be rough. Like, I don't think there's enough emphasis on how rough that experience is gonna be. Okay, where is the Inquisitor or the Wizard? I don't know where the Wizard Trainer is. He's in here somewhere. So Enchanter is here. There's Disenchanting, and then we have... I don't remember where the Wizard Trainer is. PvP in Monster Memory is aimless and poorly implemented because it's dumbed down version of EQ, already bad PvP. Well, that's the thing, is it's not meant to be... It's not meant to have like a system to it. It's not meant to have anything but just straight up just PvP in a world. Like, you're just in a world with other players and they can fight you. It's not meant to be balanced. It's none of that stuff. Now, they have done some things to balance it, but yeah. I feel for people that are like, yeah, I want to go and play PvP. It's going to be really fun. It's like, it's not going to be super fun for most players. It's just not. Center tower above the main portal. Oh, it's straight up? Like up there? Okay. I don't think I've ever gone to the Wizard. Am I going to die here? Yikes. No, didn't die. Okay. So we go in here, and then we go up this way. And then we go in here. Wizard. So let's see. Our quest line is this. Student Cradle. You've been enrolled in the introductory course at the Chartered Academy of Arcane Inquiry. Offer this. Okay, so we're going to give this to this guy. Yoink. Ba-ba-bum-bum. Mud command. No, I'm not interested in buying. Oh, you're a new student. Well, give it here then. Welcome to the Charter. I am Alvin. sure you're eager to earn your first spells, but first you must... Whoa, hello. Whoa, my gosh, that's too much information. Introduce yourself to the staff here. All 5 doctor... What? Various schools must sign off on your application before... They can be found within the academy grounds, the Grand Library, or elsewhere in Sageside if they're not there, okay? Make haste. Get all 5 signatures and bring... What? I have to give this... I have to give this to all 5 of the casters over here? Wait, there's 5? Oh, I guess Inquisitor counts. Wait, does this guy count as one? How the heck do you get down from here? You gotta go up to get down? Looks like it. Who is this guy? Hail. What is it? What do you do? Nothing. Where is this going? We going up higher? Who are you? Does not seem to notice you. These people are mean. Can I be of assistance? Wait, do you need this? Oh, are these the guys that I have to... It's got to be the, just the other, whatchamacallits, right? Do we really have to go all the way up to go down? That seems really silly. What is this guy doing? You want one of these? Oh, I think I have to get all these people. So that guy. Holy moly, where the heck am I now? Oh, I'm all the way at the top. Wait, this is the wrong one. I am so lost. These teleporters don't work very well either. They're kind of annoying. What is... Okay, so you got it signed. Okay, you got it. You signed it. Cool. Sign my notes. Everybody sign my stuff. So we got 2 signatures so far. That would be this one. This one. What? The heck is that? Hamsar. I don't know who the heck Hamsar is. Okay, so we did that. We got to go back down. The heck do you get down from here? Everything goes up. Ah, there we go. I went down that time. I think. Come on. To the library. So we have to go to the library and talk to these goofballs. Where does this go? Ah, good, over here. Hi. Do I need to give you this? Wait, where'd my note go? My note's gone. I just have these 3. My note completely gone? Seriously? Oh, he just stuffed my... He took my note? What a little jerk. Or where the heck is Hamsar? I don't see anybody in here. Well, I see a lot of people in here, but no Hamsar. Hamsar? Hello? Hamsar? Where are you? Did he tell me where he was? Yes, a work order. Tell Hamsar I've already completed his special item. I probably should have asked where he was. Because, I didn't do that. Sounds like a wrestler? Kinda. Hamsar the wrestler. I thought about something. EQ servers have to have formulas and forums and calendars where guilds could schedule events. Then GMs might pop in event from time to time. That might happen in Monster Memories. Yep, that might happen in Monsters Memories. Yes, very well. Most likely will happen in Monsters Memories. Okay, I don't know where this dude is. Ah, Hamsar. I found him. Hey. Hey, dwarf. Take this. Hamsar's receipt. Now we gotta go back to that other dude. How are we supposed to get back over there? That's just silly. There's no teleport back? What kind of garbage is that? Here's your stinking receipt, you jerk. Okay, so now we got that. Okay, where are these other people at? By the 5 doctores. He's got to give me a name, right? If I go back down here, he'll probably tell me who the 5 are. Enter doctores. Jabir. Jabir I already got. Oh my gosh. And I got, wait, who? Adama Starseeker. I saw that one. I got this guy, okay. Vegan, this guy. So Lana in the Grand Library and Jabir. The School of Elemental Mastery. So the elemental. Necro? This is a wizard. Oh. Who the other person? No, the other person is this person right here. Come on, teleport. So you... Oh, you gave me a book. Hold. Oh, shoot. I'm holding. You wish to join our academy? Yeah, I do. Bring this to Domas. You can find him tending to the Oriary. What the heck is Domas? There's Lana down there. So I know I got to get from there. Where the heck is... Where's the Oriary? The heck? Where the heck does this want me to go? I don't know where that is. We're gonna find it. Nope, we're not gonna find it. We're just gonna look around aimlessly to figure out where that is. Cool. I feel like it's at the top of the thing. Like all the way at the tippity top of the... of this. Come on, go, teleport. Not you. Ah! Figured it out. Here, dum-dum. Take it. Okay, we got a feather. This way. Man, navigating this area is a pain. You got to be a wizard to do this because you got to be a genius. Okay. Last one. What? I will sign, but I require proof of your arcane prowess. Bring me 2 snake skins. Nailed it. A little birdie told me I had to have 2 snake skins. Thank goodness for little birdies. Okay, let's go back up here and join the League of Extraordinary Wizards. I'm assuming plus this. Wonderful, wonderful. They're in fine condition. Yes, this will do very well. Here is your sign at... What? I guess I only give them the 5, not all 6 of those? Like, are you kidding me? Who do I take this to? What the heck? Didn't he want this? Combine in what? Oh, the Academy Folio. I didn't know I had an Academy Folio. I didn't even know that was a thing. Here, take this. You're a pain in the butt. Splendid. Take it you did no difficulty with signatures. Okay. Lots of stuff. Take this to High Doctore. I don't know who the High Doctore is. High Doctore. Is it... Who's the High Doctore? He did sign this, so he signed it, so it's got to be one of the dudes. Are you the High Doctore? No. Are you the High Doctore? No. So it's got to be Hamas. Oh my gosh. Not. Oh my gosh. Still laggy. He's a dude up top. That dude didn't want anything. Wait, what? How do we... Oh my god. This guy? Jabbar Ilhamar. Hey! We got a robe. Academy student. 1 int, 5 mana. Look at me go. Very well. Your diligence is paid off. Now you're a grade 0 student. Man, I'm a grade A student. What are you talking about? Wear it with pride, student. Now go and practice your magic. Once you've learned a few more spells, return to me in your robes, and I will offer you your first... Here. Hail. I'm afraid I have bad news. A few days ago, one of your fellow students was sent to the tomb of the Worm's Bane, but he has yet to return. Uh-oh. Worm's Bane? Question mark? Student? Viridon is his name. He is an experienced student. Please go there, find him, and bring him back to us safely. It's advisable that you take companions with you. Okay. All right, well, I have to go find Viridon. Go down. These portals are just like so wonky. Let's buy some spells. Wizard Spell Merchant. Arcane Infusion, I have that. Electricity Protection. Let's buy that. Flame Burst, I have. Frostbolt, let's buy that. Arcane Fulfillment, what is this? Imbue your staff with a mote of arcane power. Invisibility. Magic Protection. Alignment North. Here, let's start memorizing these. Good morning, Seminole. How are you? Acuity. Hasten your mind. Spell casting speed by 10% for 1 hour. Let's get that. And blink. And dispel. There's so many spells to buy. Okay, do we have Sense Magic? No. Soulbind. Mage Light. Knockback. Okay, finally. We bought all the level 4 spells. My goodness. That's a lot of level 4 spells. I feel like I learned everything. I have nothing left to learn. Okay, so we want to put Gate on our bar for sure. Flame Burst instead of Flame... Oh, Fire Burst instead of Flame Burst. We want that. We probably also want... Yeah, we're going to move some of these around. I'm going to get rid of Gate and put it at the bottom. Why is Magic Protection a red spell? Shouldn't this be a buff? Okay, what's this? Imbue your staff with a mote of arcane power. Let's put that on there. I want to check out Summon Mage Light. Maybe. Summon a flickering mage light, granting you source for 15 minutes. This item can be traded to other players. I want to check that out. Sense Magic. Seal of Magic. Imbue your weapon with magical seal. Yeah, we definitely want that too. My gosh, there's a lot of buffs. See Invisible. How can you pop up what the spell does? Hold down, right click on it, and it gives you this. Okay, so we have lots of spells here. Where did that moat go? Mana orbs. I'm gonna put mana orbs here. I don't even have root on here yet. My goodness gracious. All right, let's mess around with some of these. We want See Invis. Cool. We want Seal of Magic. Cool. We want Imbue Arcane. So I can only put this on a staff? Is that how that works? Imbue your staff with a mote of arcane power, granting you a light source and accessing the mana. So can I put that on like... You have to put that on a staff. Okay, so I need a staff. We'll figure that out. Summon Mage Light. Summon it, dude. What are you doing? Is there a reagent that's needed for this? Reagent. Mage Light Core. Wizard Spell Mark. Nope. Wizard Reagents. Mage Light Core. 25 copper. Are you kidding me? Might as well buy a lantern. Primary, secondary, ranged. Okay. Well, there goes that spell. Boink. Bye. Magic Protection. I think I already have that. No, I don't have that one. Okay. Minor Spell, Shield, Gate. Alright, what else did I get here? What the heck? I don't want that. Acuity. Okay, so we have All right, we got to organize stuff here. We want to have that. Take that over here. Take that over here for now. Frostbolt over here for now. We want to put this here. Invisibility is going to go there. So I want to use mana orbs. Launch orbs of pure mana at your target. This spell is channeled. So I can do that, or I can melee them, right? No, I don't want to link my meta horizon. The heck? I don't know how I want to organize these. Gate and Soulbind next to each other for now. Let's... Oh my gosh. Do we ever get a new Seal of Magic? This is the only one, right? Seal of Magic and Arcane Infusion. We never get new ones of those, I don't think. There's just too many buffs. Acuity. There's only one? Yeah, that's what I thought. Okay, well, whatever. This is fine for now. We can get rid of this and this and this and this and this and this and this. We're going to put Bolt of Frost up here. I really gotta... If I want to play this character, I'll have to organize that more. That's really confusing. So many spells. Oh, and I need root. Where's root? So I want to be able to root stuff. I mean, blink can be nice, right? Is blink a instant cast? I want to try something. I'm curious. Can you, like... What the heck? Blink. Can you, like, jump off of here before you hit the ground, hit blink, and not take damage? Is that a thing? We're gonna find out. Nice. Very nice. I'm now the most powerful wizard in the world. But I do want to figure out this staff mechanic, but I need a staff for that. So... Cool thing is, I have a staff on another character. But... Yeah. I gotta get my character all the way over here to do that. Ow. I wanna mess with that. Because I've got this staff right here. Measuring stick. That's gotta be a staff, right? Looks like a staff to me. That's gonna be like this item. Okay, how can I get out of here? Oh shoot, let's go now before that geomancer sees me. Run away. We gotta run all the way to town. You would think? Yeah, it looks like a staff to me. So we're gonna try. Oh boy, this geomancer is gonna rock my booty. Here it comes, Flames of Eth. Nice, I was far enough away. He didn't hit me. Ha 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 ha! I am the greatest fighter in the world. Do you guys think it's a coincidence that the giant city looks directly at the castle in the distance? I don't think it's a coincidence. Isn't that 1,600 damage? It is 1,600 damage, yes. If it hits you, it's a lot. There's got to be a reason for this. There's got to be a reason that you look directly at this castle. All right, let's go back to town then. We're going to give... I wonder if the Mace of Malice is considered a staff. No, it probably isn't. I'm pretty sure this is going to be considered a staff, which would make it the best item for wizards. It's got strength on it, which is good for them for their melee stuff. It's got intelligence. I mean, that's got to be a good item for them. And it's fast. You want to have a fast attacking weapon. Yeah, the damage is good. I mean, it's a good weapon for me to use. That's why I have it. But it's probably going to be best in slot for wizards. Like... Because wizards can dual wield. They could put this in their offhand. Like, that's insane. And they get another staff. Like, that thing is going to be crazy good. Because you can put it primary or offhand. There's definitely better weapons I could use on my fighter, but it's the best weapon I have right now for my fighter, too. But I think once we get over here, we're going to give that to the wizard. I want to mess around with the staff mechanics for a minute. See how that functions. And then I want to get on the rogue. We're definitely going to get on the rogue at some point. And at least run through 1 or 2 zones. And show some good camp spots. There's some places I kind of want to explore, too. I wish that I had my alchemy high enough to make Speed of the Wild potions. Rogue doesn't reset on abilities? What does that mean? Oh, no, Rogue gets double backstab. Yeah, they get double backstab at level 50. Same thing. It's kind of the same, but it's just instead of it resetting an ability, yeah, so do Fighter, Monk, and Archer. It's all at 50 plus. It's the same thing. This right here has a chance to strike a second time, level 50. Yes. Yes, level 50. Yeah, a second time, though. Well, yeah, so this will reset Frenzy normally, but at level 50, there's a chance to strike your target a second time. That's the same thing. So it can reset the Frenzy, yes, but it doesn't happen very often. There is no flow. I promise you there's no flow on a fighter. It doesn't work the way you're thinking it does. It has a chance to reset. You just spam the abilities. Like it doesn't add any type of fun flow or anything like that. It doesn't do that. You're better off just spamming your ability. Rogue needs a lot, though. Rogue needs a lot of love. It's in a bad spot. For sure. The one, the only. Nubs. What's up, Nubs? How you doing, bud? 91 freaking months. You've been around too long, dude. You should take a break. I appreciate you, though, my friend. I really do appreciate you. In 9 months, we will see. We will see. You get to 100, we need to throw a Nubs party. We expecting something from Sean today? What do you anticipate for the upcoming changes? Well, it's Thursday, so I don't expect anything on Thursday from Sean. Doesn't mean it won't happen. I mean, he could always surprise us with a stream, sure. But normally he streams on Mondays, Wednesdays, or Fridays when he does stream. And we haven't seen or heard from him since like 2 weeks ago. It'll be 2 weeks ago on Friday. Or I guess 2 weeks ago. No, he streamed on Sunday before he left, I think, or something. I don't remember when he streamed last. It's been a while. It's been a while. He went on vacation last week. I think that they're just like buckling down, trying to get stuff done. Honestly. It's there's a lot that needs to be done. And I mean, I think they know. I think they realize what needs to be done. But, yeah. we could speculate all day on what the heck's happening behind the scenes. You know, I think that they're just trying to really buckle down and get some of these classes fleshed out and fixed and changed and whatnot. Get the itemization where it needs to be. Like, I think they've got the content. The content's there. The base game is there. But all this, like, copy-paste from EverQuest over is where the problem is. That's my opinion of it. Would you like some screenshots of how I organize my wizard spells as an example? Nah, I'm good. I'll figure it out. I just don't know what I want to do. I got to look and see what... So, like, I'll probably have like a page of nukes, of fire nukes, a page of ice nukes. Then I'll have my primary spells that I use often. My buffs that I always have. So, like, Arcane Infusion and your Spell Shield and all those. Like, I'll probably have a page of Spell Shields. And then on my first page, it'll be my spells that I'm constantly using. I just gotta... I'll figure how I want to organize it. But I'm not planning on playing the wizard a ton. I'm just gonna play it some. But today, I think I just kind of want to mess around, figure out how this staff situation works. I've been curious on their staff stuff for a while. And what they're going to do with it. Because Wizard feels bad right now in a group. Wizard is great at solo quad kiting. But it feels really bad in a group. So I want to see what they're going to do to change that. I agree. Kind of similar. Got my meme spell, my meme spells according to place on page 1. Yeah, buffs on their own page. Yep. In group, I think it improved with mana missile line. Did it? You think? Yeah, I haven't messed with it since then, but I feel like it's not that different. But I haven't played with the mana missile, which is kind of why I wanted to start a wizard. Because, like, I played a level 60 wizard on the alpha, but they didn't have the mana missile stuff on the alpha. So, but I just don't see how it's really going to change that much. Like, you're still standing up, you're still hitting the mob with your mana missile, and then nuking. Like, it's just... The wizard, to me, feels bad because you still want to try to get the kill shot. But you don't... Like, you don't know if you're going to crit or not. So it's just wasted... Just wasted damage if you crit when you get the kill. It's a whole thing. So yeah, we're gonna mess with it. We'll see what happens. Critting for a kill shot should crit the mana regain as well. I think so too. I think that when you get a crit, I think a crit for the wizard should give them a free cast of their next spell. Instead of doing more damage, it should just give them a free cast. I mean, I don't know how that would work with balance, but it would feel a lot better than getting a crit every now and then. I didn't play long enough to get very high. Do wizards not get some type of harvest mana spell? They have. So if you get the kill shot on a wizard with your arcane buff up, if you get the kill shot on the wizard, you get some of your mana back. You get a portion of it back. Also, they have an ability later on that's a 10-minute recast that allows them to regenerate mana very quickly. So it's like over 10 seconds or something, they get like 50% of their mana back. I don't remember how much it is or whatever, but it's a good bit of mana back that they can get, but they can only use it once every 10 seconds or 10 minutes. So just a lot of it just kind of feels bad. Whoops. Okay, so let's camp here. We're going to give him that weapon for now. I want to get the measure stick for my wizard, but honestly, this is going to be better than the measuring stick. Thank you for taking time to answer all my questions. I'm so curious about direction, game state. Yeah, no worries. Yeah, I mean, any questions you guys have, I'm happy to answer them. That's what I'm here for. Well, not completely what I'm here for, but it's a lot of what I'm here for. Like I want everybody to be informed. What do you think is solution to increase group construction for support classes? Pull away solo play characters and healer as an example. So yeah, I mean, I think that support classes are quite needed, to be honest. Like enchanters and bards, you should want them in your party. Always want them in your party. But right now, unfortunately, the enchanters with their charm are just not a class that you really that they don't want to be in a party because they're better off solo. All right, can I put this in my offhand yet? No, I can't put it in my offhand. Okay, so we can put it here. So yeah, I think that they absolutely need to focus on the utility side of things more and get that. I don't know. What it is that I believe to really put it out there. What it is that charm is so strong that it's dictating the way that enchanters play, so that enchanters want to solo using charm, or they will get into a party and all people want them to do is charm, rather than looking at all their other stuff. You know, like it's overshadowing all of their other abilities. You do not have necessary reagent to use this spell. What reagent do I need? A mage light core. Oh my gosh. Who can make staves? I believe staves are made with fletching. So if you actually want to get a staff, like early on, I believe fletching. Okay, so wizards are going to have to carry around a mage light core. You can't make a staff with fletching? I thought you could. Why is this not working? Golly, dude. That is so frustrating. Wizard reagents. Mage light core. Okay. So now, boom, boom. Look at that. We've got it. So I now have a light spell. This is awesome. So this works, by the way, as a light spell. It's the first light spell in the game. Kinda. really the only light spell in the game. Can't think of... Yeah, charm is never done right. Ever. It's way too strong almost all the time. Now, okay, so how does this work? Imbue your staff with a mote of arcane power, granting you a light source and access to the mana orbs line for 1 hour. So now I can just use mana orbs. That's it. So now I can use this. Launch orbs of pure mana at your target, dealing 1 to 4 damage. So that means it's going to be doing a couple damage. Well, I guess at level 6 it'll be doing 2 damage, huh? Spellblades get a light spell that only costs 6 mana per tick. Yeah, right. Exactly. It's kind of silly. But this does give me light. Like, if I take this off, you can kind of see it. See the light? It's a very small difference, but it's there. It is there. Okay, so now is this I don't have Sense Magic up. Am I putting up the I have Seal of Magic, right? Yeah, I've got Seal of Magic. Is it? Yeah, Seal of Magic. Where's Sense Magic? So let's see if we turn Gamma down, what the difference is. So this is the light with Gamma at, that's such a faint light. Oh my gosh, dude. I mean, it's better than no light, but I don't know what their aversion to light is. Okay, so if I do this and I go to the snake and I hit this. So Mark of Magic 2. Mark of Magic 5, so I'm doing 20% more damage with Flame Burst. Boom! Oh, it didn't go off. I don't know. In the dungeon, you think is enough? Maybe. I mean, we need to go to the dungeon anyway and find this dude. But yeah, this is like still not a crazy amount of light. Does this get brighter as you get higher level? Because that amount of light is pretty mediocre. I feel like the mana orb here should maybe be tied to the damage delay of the weapon. Rather than just, because this is doing 1 to 4 damage. Do you get higher level ones? Do I have a torch? I have a candle. So we could do that. And let's put on the candle. Candle looks like that. Mage light looks like that. No light looks like that. It's a pretty drastic difference. Like, honestly, like that's just a slap in the face. Candle's way more effective. Wizards can't even cast like a basic light spell. It's just silly, man. It's just silly. I don't get it, dude. I just don't get it. Yeah, I don't understand. Like, why can't we have a basic light spell? I don't know. I don't know. All right. I don't know if I want to keep playing the wizard or if we're going to make a rogue real quick and explore dungeons. What do you guys think? Go explore the world as a rogue? Blink harder? Maybe I should do that. Maybe I really need to blink harder. It was one of Gandalf's favorites, right? Gandalf is like, light, and you're like, whoa, dude, chill with the light. Oh my gosh, man. I don't get it. Okay, let's make a rogue. We're going to make a... We're going to make a goblin rogue because goblins get bribe. Oh, we're going to get Sal. We're definitely going to get Sal. Before we go walk around. As a cleric, I want a light spell that makes everyone squint. I mean, there should be, right? What kind of colors do we have here? We got green, another green, a lighter green, another green, and a really dark green. We're going to do that. Oh, God. Okay, wait a minute. I kind of want to do that. That is scary, dude. The heck? Head spikes. Look at all the head spikes. I like this one. One big spike right in the center of his head. Body spikes. Same color body spike. A beard? Oh, his spiky beard. He doesn't have a beard. He's got spikes. Ah, I got spikes everywhere. Wow, goblins are weak. They start at 15? Let's see. That'll allow us to break out of magical effects. Should we try infravision? I have never really played with infravision. We'll try it on this rogue. We'll see if it makes a big difference. We're going to do poison making. Just in case. Just in case. If I start a chanter group would be my main focus unless I need a coin. You don't care to solo? Okay. Well, that's cool. I mean, yeah, it's great if you want a group of people. Let's call this guy... what should we name him? Sneaker. Because he wears sneakers. I think I spelled that wrong, though, actually. What do we want to do? Plague? God of Plagues, yeah. And it's Sneaker. Here we go. Sneaker. So God of Plagues and... All right, let's do that. Enter. You two use infravision? Yeah, I mean, infravision's great. Okay. So we're going to sneak around on our rogue. Stab and stealth. Hit 60 on the fighter? We did, yeah. The old fighter made it to 60. Okay, we put bribe down here. And we got our sneak. What's the cooldown on sneak? 10 seconds. Let's go get Sal. And what zone do we want to go check out? We'll start with Wormsbane. Maybe do a whole Wormsbane walkthrough. Okay, we got Sal. Look at us go. Do, 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 do. Burl, 79 months. Thank you so much, Burl. How you doing? I was talking about you yesterday in a chat that I had with Slayheim. You came up. The heck? Why is this here? I don't think that's supposed to be there. Very strange. I think it was this one right here used to be bugged as well. Can level 60 mobs see stealth level 1? Nope. Well, I mean, some can. Some can see through invis. Okay, let's get our candle. Turn it on. Go into stealth. Here, let's do this with the correct lighting. Look at that. So it's going to be a Worm's Bane walkthrough. We're going to go through a lot of the zone and see what's what. So this is the entrance, clearly. Lots of dead people. I see dead people. So that down there is a spider area. You can actually get to that. I'll show that later on, but you can get to that area and get out of that area. First thing we're going to do is we're going to go left here over that bridge and then continue going left. And you get to this nice, cool area where you have a couple of invisible walls, actually. If you guys don't know about these, there's an invisible wall right here you got to jump to. Whoop. Neat. This is going to go to the organ room area. You also have an invisible wall over here. And this goes into ancient crypt if you go through here. So 2 invisible walls in this room. Very neat. There's also a named that spawns in this room. I believe he spawns up here. There was a named in this room as well. So now we're going to go back this way. And then back this way again. And instead of going left after you go over the bridge, we're going to go right after you go over the bridge. You can go down here. Some cool areas down here. I don't know if there's any named. I don't think there's any named that spawn down here that I'm aware of. There might be. But this goes all the way down to that spider area, I believe. This way. Does this go to the spider area? No. This doesn't go to the spider. This just comes down to some skeletons. The spider area is going to be over on the other side. Unless this is it. Let's see. Yeah, this is actually it. This is a spider area. You don't want to go on those spikes. Those spikes will kill you. No, this is the plank here. This isn't the spider area. I'll show you the spider area that I'm talking about later. We'll get there. But this is the plank that drops down into these spikes. So if you do fall there, you're going to have to come back out this way. And then come back up. Oop, wrong way. This way. And then come back up. But I don't think there's any name down here, anything worth doing. That's just kind of like a, oopsie, I fell and died in a trap. You don't want to fall there. Next up, so bridge. The bridge room is right there, right? So we're going to come this way. We're going to go to the right, past the first one, go to the second one. And there's 2 ways you can go here. You can go left or down. So if you go down here, I believe there's just some mobs down that way. Nothing really to see. I believe this area, though, is where you need to come for one of the starter quests. If you come in here and you do /look. Maybe not this one. I don't know. Maybe it is this one. Let's see. I think there's a starter quest thing down here, though, for like Shadow Knight or something. Maybe that mob or something drops something down here in this area. That just goes down to a kind of a dead end. So you don't really need to keep going that way. This also just leads to more mobs and a dead end down here. And then to the right is a dead end with some more mobs in it. That note might be something. Let's see what that is. Or that button. Is that anything? It is locked. You're not holding the key. Dun, dun, dun. So you get a key to go in there to do something. I don't think I ever figured that out. Somebody might know what it is. Anyway, further in we go. So this would come back around if you went to the left at that bridge and came this way instead of going into the other room, the with the two fake walls. From here, we can go straight. This is a dead end in here. Let's go straight and kind of circle around. There is a named, I believe, that spawns... Actually, I went too far. The named, I think, spawns back... in this room. There is a name that spawns in here. Drops like a shield, I think. So then if we go this way... This just circles around and goes deeper into there. We'll go there in a minute. But this way... and down... This is where some good named are as well. There's a named that's down... all the way down here and on the other side of this wall. So if you go through here and come around where this guy seems to be camping. Yep, seems like this person is camping it. Named right here that spawns in there. Clearly worth your time if there's a person sitting there camping it. I believe that's one of the ones that'll drop some of the armor pieces. The class armor pieces. Maybe cloth. I don't remember which one it is, but... So now we'll go down this way. There's two different ways you can go here. They both can end up in the same location. So let's go to the left. We'll go down this way. That is a named right there, actually. Timon Bell. That is, I believe, a cloth armor drop person as well. There's a lot of zombies that spawn in here, so be careful if you come in here. And then when I told you about the organ room, this is what the organ room is. So you go through that invisible wall and you'll come back out behind this organ, and you could just jump down if you wanted to. There's a couple of like rooms here to the sides or some mobs that kind of roam around, but other than that, just this room. Now if we go back this way, we're going to go this way first. This is going to lead us to the raid boss, Bone Construct, which is right down here on the left. And we'll try not to aggro it if it's up. It is currently not up, but this is the Bone Construct room. For those that do not know about the Bone Construct. Really cool room. Love the lighting in here. But the Bone Construct spawns right here looking this way. If you fight the Bone Construct and you get feared outside of this room, he will death touch you. So everybody fighting him has to be inside of this room somewhere. Your best bet is to fight him like in this back corner. One of these back corners over here, just all the way back here, so that when you get feared, you don't run out of the room. And then I think you can use something to line of sight, but I'm not sure. I think like you can maybe use these walls to line of sight the fear, I believe. Unless they change that. So, yeah. That's the Bone Construct room. Now we're going to go backwards. Go backwards. And this would be out. This goes back to Timon Bell. And we're going to go down this way. And then this way... You got some mobs down here. I don't think there's anything special right here in this area. Just some mobs you can fight. And a dead guy with a giant boulder. What the heck is this? It's like a beehive. What the heck's he got in his hand? Thing's huge. All right, let's go this way. Is this the hallway that's got the fake floor? I don't know if it's that hallway. One of these hallways is a fake floor. But let's go this way. This is the hallway with the fake floor. Don't go down the spiderweb hallway. There's a fake floor there that'll drop you down. So be careful going down that way. And then this way. Yeah, it's not that wall. Yeah, here we go. This is what I'm looking for. You can go this way to get a little bit deeper in. There's a named that spawns, I believe, back there in the back where that skeletal warrior is. So lots of mobs to kill in here. I think there's a named back here anyway. But yeah, just lots of mobs you can fight in here. Tons of stuff. And then down here, this I believe leads to the spiders. Am I correct on that? I haven't been in here in a while. Yeah, spiderlings. Make sure that they're not going to attack me. So this is the spiderling room. Goes in there, goes over here. And then it goes back over this way as well. So lots of spiders down here. Some early spider silk for those that are wanting to get some spider silk. You got a giant spider there. Be careful with that. It's rough. Higher level. So yeah, I can come down here and camp all these spiderlings. You could do this at a pretty low level, actually. These spiderlings are yellow to me at level 1. The skeleton here is red, but the spiderlings are you know, only like level 2 or 3. So you can come in here pretty low level and start camping those if you really want to. But getting here would be a kind of a pain. It's kind of silly that you have to go through all that to get to those spiderlings. But anyway, it is what it is. So let's go back out this way. This is where we came from, so we're going to go around this way. Little mob there, so watch out. I believe this way is nothing. It's just a room with some mobs in it. Goes deeper. What was down here? Let me remember what's down here. Yeah, these are just mobs that are down here you can fight. I don't think there's anything special in this room, but there might be. But as far as I know, there's not. So just mobs down that way you can fight. Not a lot of good places to really sit and camp down here. You'd have to probably camp in one of these hallways if you're going to be pulling these. I'm going to go this way. Skeletal warrior there. This is eventually going to lead back out. To the spider hallway that will be a hole. This right here is where we had that spider hallway that comes across, and there's a hole in the floor right there that goes down into, I believe, the spider room that's down below it. So be careful. Don't fall in that hole. This way is just a mob there. And a few mobs here. I think this might be a named as well, if I remember correctly. I believe that might be a named. And then that's where it gets a little bit confusing. I believe we need to go right there. But this eventually will pop back up. Yeah, this is the Cavalier, so this is the way back out. But there's a way you can go this way. So this is where we came down from the Bone Construct area, and we came down this way, and we went this way, right? So we went all the way around. If you go left here instead and follow this, and instead of going that way, you go this way, this will lead back around and out the other direction. If I'm going the right way, and I think I am. Yeah, I did. Okay. So this comes to this area where there's another named here. Another area you can fight right in here. I believe this is just the library, or I call the library. It's not really a library. It's just skulls in the wall. But this goes deeper. We're going to come in here in a minute when we go the other way, I believe. So that comes here. But this, if you go back up this ramp right here, leads back to that first room where you could turn left or right. So come back up this way just to show where you can go here. This would be back towards the entrance of the dungeon. This goes down to Tim and Bell and the Bone Construct. So it's this room. So you could turn left and go through all of that, or you can turn right to go deeper into the dungeon. So we're going to turn right this time. And come down to here. There's definitely a named, I know for sure, that spawns right there. And tons of marksmen along these walls here. Like this one right here. Lots of marksmen. The name that spawns here, I believe, gives the plate class armor and some other items. So you can go through there. Then this goes further down this way. We're going to go straight first because this is going to go to that bridge room, but you can turn right here and go down. But we're going to go straight first. I want to show you where that bridge room is that we were just at. It should be straight ahead. Nope, this is it right here. So you could come in that bridge room and drop down right here that we were at just a minute ago. And I heard a chime. Normally where there's a chime, there's like something going on here. So anyway, that's how another way to get here. But let's go back and do this other way first, because there are 2 named mobs down this way. So if you go down here, hopefully our candle lasts. Yeah, we're only halfway through our candle. Yeah, there's a named mob straight in front of us there. Well, that's a named placeholder. And we'll go down there. Why not? But where that, where those ghosts are standing, that is a named placeholder there, which I believe has a good sword on it. It's pretty good items on that guy, if I remember correctly. Other than that, there's nothing else in here. I think it's just a room you can camp some mobs. Probably some decent camp spots somewhere in here. And then some stuff behind here. So yeah, you can pull some mobs. This is a pretty good camp spot, you know, to come in here and camp all this. There's tons of mobs in here that people could camp for XP. I'd probably set up like maybe right here in this hallway, or maybe over here on this side in the hallway to stay out of the way. You can also go up here on this ledge up there, I believe, by going back behind here and going up. Could you go up there from here? I think back here. Yeah, all the way in the back. And then up the stairs. So tons and tons and tons of mobs. Decent sword for the level and good shield also. Okay, is that... I thought that's what that mob was. But yeah, just tons of mobs that you can do throughout here. So this is a really good low-level camp that you could come to and do all of that. This is going to lead deeper into... I believe this leads deeper into that other area of the dungeon. So yeah, just tons and tons and tons of mobs are everywhere. Everywhere in here. Yeah, this is the opposite side. This is Gith. Hello, Gith. Gith's camping a named mob that's sitting here as well. This is camped, sir. So yeah, that's the other side where I was going in at. If you can go a couple different ways to get here. So we'll show you the opposite way. If you go this way and then back this way. And then this is, yeah. So there's the named I was telling you about. So we came down these stairs here, went to that named, and then it circled all the way around. So, yeah, that's how you can get there. You can also turn left here and go to that other named. And then way up here, instead of going down, you go this way to that bridge room that we were talking about. And there's more named mobs. I believe straight ahead. I believe that those glowing eyes right there. Is that... No, I don't think that's actually the named. But up here, so there's a couple ways you can go here. Let's go up this way first. So to the left. And this circles back around. This goes over the bridge here, right? So that goes back up and out. That's a one of the 2 ways out of here. And then you have this way. So instead of going that way, you go farther in and turn. And then turn farther back this way. And then into this room, which I believe we need to go... If I remember, there's another named back here. I just got to remember how to get to it. Is it this way and then around? I think it's this way and around. Yeah, I believe there's another named here where this person's camping that can spawn right in here somewhere. So that's probably what they're doing. This is going to go back through here. There's one more named that I'm trying to remember where to get to it. And I kind of want to see if I can figure it out. It's just a maze down here. So this is coming back in that way. So we go to the right. Yeah, it's this. We got to go over this bridge right here that's above us, I believe. That short bridge. So I think we go... Yeah, it's back this way. No, I'm probably confusing everyone right now. But we can definitely get to that bridge, and there's another named up there. I just have to remember how to do it. Is this going back to where we were? Yeah, this is back to this guy. Is it on the other door I passed? Did I pass it? Yeah, I get so confused down here. I don't come down here enough. Is it this door? No, this door is the one that goes out. Back out to the entrance. And so we don't want to go up that way. We don't want to go up this way. We want to go... There's those skeletons there. Okay, these 4 skeletons here. Is it this one? And then this circles back around. Yeah, this is it. Hey, we figured it out. I'm a genius. It only took me 10 minutes. So you go this way, and there's a named, and there he is, actually. Dario Numas. So that is the other named. I believe we've hit all the named. I may have missed 1 or 2, so if you know of any, let me know. But I believe that is pretty much the entirety of Wormsbane. So yeah. The one that drops the sick early bow. So there you go. Zero line to into ancient crypt. There's another ancient crypt down here. Another ancient crypt entrance. I didn't know there was another one down here. Where's the other ancient crypt entrance at down here? Oh, there's just one. Yeah. We already showed that. We showed that way at the very beginning of the thing. Yeah. I didn't think there was a second one. Yeah, we already went past that. So I think we've done the entire ancient or Wormsbane. I'll put that up on YouTube for anybody to have like a little tour of ancient crypt or Wormsbane. Yep, we went to the spiders already. We already showed that. So that was a let's see, a 21-minute tour of Wormsbane, and I'll put that up on YouTube. Excuse me. Let's go to Ancient Crypt next. You guys want to go check that out? And I'll do a tour of that one. Show you around, how to get through it, etc. We're gonna do this for all the zones, like every zone in the game. I want to go through, like, do a walkthrough tour and kind of show people where they can go, what they can do. I'm not a very good camera person though, so I'll do my best. But we'll do a couple of these every day on the stream in the mornings until the group gets on, if we want to do anything with the group. 2 monk bosses that drop the haste cape. So I showed where the named were, but I didn't say what they dropped. I could go back and like maybe edit the video at certain points and put some items in there, but I don't want to spoil it for everybody. You know, I want people to kind of find out for themselves what they drop. Although I did say that one boss dropped a sword and shield, but I did show where they spawn. Yeah, I think I showed all the different name spawns in the zone. Okay, let's go back over this way. We gotta... I'm gonna need some money, and we're gonna go buy a lantern. We're gonna get rid of this. I'm gonna go do that, get a refresh on Sao, and we'll go do Ancient Crypt. But I need to get like a gold or something. Yeah, I don't know some of the new ones, right? There's new items that I don't really know what they all drop anymore. So there could be some good stuff in there, but I showed off where the named are if you want to find them. All right, let me switch over to the old fighter. You can still do this trick, by the way. I'm just going to do it because I don't want to wait to camp out. But you can still do this trick, which they need to fix. They really need to fix that. Instead of waiting 30 seconds to camp. Oh, wait, did they fix it? You already have a character of the world. They did fix it. Well, good for them. So we have to wait. I'm glad they fixed that. Well, they kind of fixed it, by the way. They didn't fully fix it. But, yeah. We'll wait a minute. Oh, boy. Why are some names blue and others yellow? Is that the color coding system? So, no, when you target a name, when you target anything, it'll change its color to like a yellow, so that it knows that you've targeted that. I'm glad that they fixed this, though. That's a very good fix. We're gonna go ahead and just do this while we're just to go ahead and clear that memory leak that people say. I don't know if that memory leak is still there. You guys seen that memory leak still? Is it still an issue for having that that open? Okay, let's do... We'll just give him 2 gold. So we'll give 2 gold to the old rogue so he can buy a lantern and some fuel. Does anybody know where to buy lantern and fuel? We should probably do a whole run-through of Night Harbor. Show off where everything is in Night Harbor. That would be a really long run-through, though. I gotta remember where everything is myself. What the heck? Oh, there it goes. Ah! Cool, I got a new sow. Yay! My big thing was trying to figure out where to sell certain things. Yeah, we could talk about that too when we do a Night Harbor walkthrough. Let's do that during the day, though. It's 5 p.m. game time, so it's about to be night. So let's not do that at nighttime. Let's do that during the day. It'll make it easier to do a walkthrough of that. But this is right over here is where you buy a lantern from this. Sproggets Bed Springs. Spacely Sproggets. Why in the world does he have shoot and throw scrolls on here? Are people selling their shoot and throw scrolls? Oops. 3, 4, 5. We got plenty of lantern fuel. We got lights for days. We can just leave that on his, look at that. We got all that lantern fuel. Man, this is going to be great. It'd be helpful, actually. The Night Harbor walkthrough would. Yeah, we'll do that. I'll do that at daytime. So let's go through Ancient Crypt. So we'll show where the entrance is for Ancient Crypt. One of them. There's 2 entrances to Ancient Crypt. One is through Worm's Bane, which we just went through. The second one is where we're going to go to right now. And I will post these up on YouTube for those that want to go back and reference them. So we'll call them like, you know, Worms, like tours or whatever. Worms Bane tour, Ancient Crypt tour. I'll put them up there on YouTube. It'll take me a little while to get them all because we're only going to do a couple maybe per day. All right, so we're going to go to Ancient Crypt. It's going to be, so this is Night Harbor. When you come out of Night Harbor from into Shaded Dunes, Ancient Crypt is right over this way in these ruins. So you're going to run right down here and go into the ruins. So we'll go ahead and start from here just to make it easier for people so they know how to get into the main entrance of Ancient Crypt. You do have to be careful over here, though. There are mobs that can kill you, especially at night. So be on the lookout for those. Go ahead and use our lantern. But there are definitely mobs over here. So, like, there's, yeah, these cultists, which are ready to attack, and these guards. So we're going to start stealthing from here. But the Ancient Crypt entrance is right there where that glow is. So slow. Oh, a sandstorm. Perfect timing. Well, we're going into Ancient Crypt, so there will be no sandstorm in there. Thank goodness. So this is the main entrance to Ancient Crypt. Let's go ahead and this... oops, wrong button. Put that here. And boom, we got light. Let there be light. So Ancient Crypt entrance right here. Pretty straightforward to get through the beginning of it. Not a whole lot of craziness. But once you come around this corner here, This is where it kind of opens up, and there's multiple ways to go. So we'll kind of go through where you can go. So once you get up here, you can go left, right, and straight. We're going to go to the right because it's going to loop around. So left would be towards some named mobs and stuff. We'll show those in a minute. But we're going to go right here. Lots of mobs. A good place to camp, actually, is right here at the edge of this ramp. You will have to watch out for this roaming mob if you camp over here. But it's just this one roaming mob that I believe... I don't know how far down he goes, but I usually camp like right here. And we just make sure that we kill that roaming mob whenever he pops. And you can pull all of these mobs kind of in this little area. So it's a good little camp for getting XP. I believe these mobs are around level... so I would come here around level 12 plus. And you can go from 12 to about 17 or 18 before I would probably leave here. You could stay all the way to probably 20. But, you know, after about 20, it's definitely gonna be pretty bad XP. But this kind of just loops around this way. I don't believe there's any named on this side over here. There might be, but I don't think I've ever seen one if there is. And then we come back out this way. That door right there just goes back into that room I was just in. And then here is the hallway where I was saying to camp at the end of the hallway. So that it's just one big loop. This is also going to loop back around. Actually, this doesn't loop back around. Let's go this way. So it does loop back around, but in a weird way. So we're going to go this way. If you come straight through that hall, instead of turning to the right, go this way. And then where it loops back around is down this path. So we'll show that in a minute. But for now, if we come straight through to this ladder, this is going to be if you come in the back entrance from Worm's Bane into Ancient Crypt, you're going to end up back this way. Let's go ahead and climb this. The slow climb. So there's a named mob right there. He's always up. Researcher Herschel. Yeah, I guess. I believe he's always up. I think that's for a quest. I think it's a necromancer quest mob. This thing right here is a trap. Don't walk onto that. You will fall. So anywhere inside of this square. So you can walk all the way up to this square. If you step on this, you will fall through the floor. I'll go show it in a second. This way is to go to Ancient Crypt. So go through here, zone to Ancient Crypt. Or if you come through Ancient Crypt, this is where you're going to zone in at. And this is the first thing you're going to see. And you're going to be like, ooh, treasure, let me get it. And you're going to fall through the floor. The only thing over here is the Herschel guy. And then if you fall through the floor, you're going to come to this area with the elementals and skeletons. I think there's elementals down here. Yeah, there they are. Wild elementals. Are those... Can they see invis? They can't. So you'll fall through basically right here in this trap to come down here. And you'll have to run over here with all that aggro and try to get out. Don't recommend it at low level. But, you know, whatever. You can if you want to. So that's all that's over here if you come in the Ancient Crypts or the Worm's Bane side. Next up, let's go back this way. So I said you can come from this way. This goes to the library. So we'll show this in a minute. I'm going to come back around from the other way. But this goes to the library over here. But let's go back to the other entrance and go down that way towards where the cook is, which is one of the named. Yeah, sneak is very powerful right now. It's a little too strong. I don't think that you should be able to sneak around on mobs that are like 10 or 15 levels higher than you. But currently you can. So this is where we would come up at. We came up this way and we turned that and did the big loop around. And then we went to the other direction to the left there. This time we're going to go to the left here. This is going to lead us to the cook and another named and a raid boss, a level 25 level locked raid boss. So we're going to go down this way. Level 1 rogue can go almost anywhere. Almost. Not anywhere, but almost. Okay, so once we get into here, you can go left or right here. To the right are just some mobs and a way out this way. We're going to check that out in a minute. We're not going to go that way yet. If you go left here, though, you have the ghastly cook. There's the butcher right there. I believe he always spawns here. I've never seen him at these other two spawns, but the placeholder is another ghastly cook. He drops a cleaver that's pretty good for the level that you can get it at. I believe he's like level 16 or something. 15, 16, something around there. If you come straight through here, you can go left or right here. Right would be back towards the library, which I was talking about before. This is just more mobs that you can fight. A good spot that people like to camp is like right here on this ramp. But I don't know if it's a great spot or not. I've never camped here, but you could camp here. I prefer the hallway that we came out of over there. But there's a roamer in that hallway, and there's a roamer right here. So it just depends on where you want to camp at. But you can camp in either of those spots. And then down this way, that is the raid boss right there. Level 25, level locked raid boss. Don't go down there and mess with that unless you are level 25 and have a full raid. And then this way, this guy right here is a named as well, and he's up, Commander Mangles. Anybody want to come kill this stuff? Come kill it. But Commander Mangles drops I believe it's a dagger that people like. It's another good weapon. And I think he's the only thing that spawns in this room. So you could camp in this room and just kill him when he spawns and then pull other mobs in here. So you could camp in pretty much anywhere in here if you wanted to. But there's mobs all throughout. It'd be kind of a far pull, though, if you camp in his room. I think that's why people don't really camp in there. It's because it's kind of a far pull. You know, to get XP, because you don't, unless you're just camping Commander Mangles. Commander Mangles. So this is where we came up at from the cook area. The only thing that way is just the raid boss. I'm not going to go in there because it will probably kill me. I think it sees invis. I'm pretty sure. I didn't check. Actually, let's check. While we're here, we'll check to see if it sees stealth. Pretty sure it does. It does. So that's what I mean when I say you can almost go everywhere, but you can't go everywhere. Some mobs do see through stealth. So if we go this way, this doorway right here is when we went into that cook room. If we were to turn right, we would have come up this way. So, yep, that would be this. And then you go this way to the library. So a pretty cool area here. This goes back out to that Worm's Bane area. That's where that is. There's a named mob back this way. The librarian. So right here on the other side of this, librarian right there. All three named are up. Wow. Actually, all four named are up currently in Ancient Crypt if anybody wants to come get them. The only other thing you can do in here besides those named, so there's the librarian there, and then right over this way is the event. There's like an elemental event. So if you go up this ladder right here, and you walk into this room, there's an elemental that spawns here that's not currently up, so I guess it's not up. But if you walk on these runes right here, it'll spawn more mobs. I believe the acolytes, and then there's an elemental event. So, yeah, good caster gear there. And that's pretty much it. That's the entire dungeon. So we're going to go back out this way. This is where I was telling you where the entrance to Wormsbane is. So if you go back down this hallway and you turn left, that goes back to Wormsbane there. And then if you want to go to the exit, to the main exit would be this way. So that should cover all of Ancient Crypt. Cool. I believe I covered everything there. Anything I missed that you guys can think of, let me know. If I put it on YouTube, let me know if there's anything that I missed there. Library shelves give letters. You know anything about that? I don't. I don't know anything about that. I recommend any of these zones going into them and clicking look and messing with things. There's a lot of really cool features and things to find, but I don't know much about it otherwise. That's crazy though that all 3 named are up right now. That's nuts. Actually, I kind of want to go kill the librarian. I want to get on my and I want to see if I can get the clicky. There's a clicky robe that the librarian has. I think it has spell shield on it. Right? Doesn't it have minor spell shield? Oh, minor intelligence. That's what it is. So minor intelligence clicky. Okay, let's go this way. Let's see if we can get to Telir. Oh, shoot. Stengel sandstorm. We'll go do Telir while there's a sandstorm. Now, Telir might not be able to stealth around too much in Telir. I can't remember if the dogs are going to see stealth or not. So we'll have to figure that out when we get in there. You don't think so? Yeah, I can't remember. I don't think they do either, but they do see through invis. Wondering where the dogs that see through invis can see rugs. Yeah, we'll see when we get in there. I don't think they do, but they might. I really wish I could see right now, though. The castle is there, so we're going the right direction. There's the ruins. There should be... The wall should be right here. Golly, dude, I can't see a dang thing. Is this it right here? Did I go the right way? This looks right to me. Yep, there's the Ashira. Yeah, I have infravision and gamma at 50, yeah. But I also have my lantern. Oh, I didn't have my lantern on, though. There's with my lantern on. We got to get... There it is. I see it. I see where to go. Straight this way, I think. See, you can navigate in a sandstorm sometimes. You just have to really know the way to go. It is possible. I know some people are like, nope, I'm out. I'm not doing it. Sandstorm bad. It does suck. Trust me, it sucks, but it's not too bad. Okay, let's do Telir. I'm excited. Florida sun makes my laptop screen black. Can't see anything. Yeah, I know how that is. Okay, so this is the back entrance to Telir. We'll start here. This is where you come through Shaded Dunes, through the Mirage Wall, and all the way in the back. This is the entrance to here. I will say in the very beginning, there's 2 stealth mobs right here. Boom, boom. You can't see them right now, but they are. I promise you that there's 2 stealth ambushers right there. So don't come in here and start running around. They will attack you. They spawn there and there. Then there's a Pathfinder here. So coming in the back entrance of Telir, we're going to go to the left here. This is one named mob that you can fight. I don't remember what this one drops. I don't remember it dropping anything like super awesome. But it spawns right here where that shaman... I believe it's the shaman. Nope, it's this one right here. And it's up. Yep. So there is a named mob right there. And we're getting lucky with all the named mobs popping today. This is crazy. And then this is the entrance. So instead of going left there, that's the only thing to the left is that camp. Going to the right here, people like to camp this area. They sit, generally speaking, they sit right over here, somewhere on this ledge or right around this area, and they pull this whole area. They might pull a yip, and then there's named mobs that are up here too. I don't think you can pull those named mobs down here, but you might be able to. It looks like these are, we can stealth with the howlers here. There's several named mobs in here. Let's go this way first. We'll go up here. So I don't think, I think you can go either way here. But yeah, if you go in here, pull this whole area. Lots of mobs you can pull from here. And then, yeah, there's that guy there that kind of is a little lookout. And then we can go up. Here we go. This is it. This is how you get to the named mob that spawns up here. And then there it is. Crafty Rufkus. I don't know if it drops anything. It didn't last time I killed it, but that was a long time ago. So there's that named mob. So you can get there through either side. You can go through this other side over here. We'll check out this area up here later. Yeah, we'll check that out later. So let's go this way first. I would be very careful fighting mobs here in this hallway. Do not fight mobs in this hallway. When they run, they will like warp up and down, and you could literally pull every mob above you. So be very careful if you fight in this hallway. A good camp, a good spot to come in here and camp, though, is right up this way. And back here, there is a room that nothing spawns in, so it's a really good camp spot. This whole room right here, you can use this. You could even like probably fear kite in here if you're a necromancer or something. Nothing comes in here. The closest mob would walk down this way right here and paths up to here. And I believe it comes from right down there somewhere, and it paths down here, and it stops, and then it turns around and goes back that way. So good spot to come this way. Another spot you can camp over here is around this corner here. So coming through the cave thing, whatever there, you can come back this way. These mobs here start to go up in level. So these Shira Oracles and Alphas, and then after that, they start to go up in level a little bit. I believe these are around level, I want to say 15-ish. 15, 16, something like that. This is a good camp spot, though. You could camp right here. No mobs come here. There is a cliff right here where people could drop down. I can show you how to get there here in just a second. But that's another good camp spot there. And then you can pull all the mobs this way. There is a pather that comes down here as well that's higher level. I believe it's like level 18, 19, something around there. To get up there where I was just talking about, though, we're going to go up this way. So through this cave here. And then to the left. There is a named that spawns down this hallway here. We'll see if it's up, but I don't remember exactly which spawn it is. But it's down this hallway. There's a roamer that comes down this hallway as well. I believe the name spawns here. There's the roamer right there. I believe it spawns here at this camp. One of these is a named, I think, if I remember correctly. And then if we keep going this way, this right here goes to that room I was talking about. Yeah. So we could drop down here. This is where I was saying you could camp, is right there. So that was the camp I was talking about. And then you just got a bunch of mobs. So you could come up here, run up here, grab these mobs, and literally jump down in your camp, and they'll path all the way back around to your camp. Just be careful if you're clearing it that you're not going to pick up a bunch of ads on the way back. So you want to kill everything on the way. So that's that. This goes to a much larger area back here. I don't know this area as well, but we'll go back here and check it out. This zone is absolutely massive. It's just a massive zone. So yeah, okay, I remember being here. This is a way back out. So if we drop down, I don't know if I want to drop. Yeah, we'll drop down here. Why not? This is a way back out if you go the long way and into here, but like I said, I don't know this area super duper well back here because I haven't really come back here and played here much. But I believe there's a lot of named and stuff throughout this area back here. Or at least a couple of named throughout here. And then this river, I don't think it goes anywhere. It might, though. I have really, really, really slow swimming. That goes back to the elite guards. Okay. If I see anything that looks like something I recognize, I'll let you know, but I don't think this really goes anywhere. That I know of. But like I said, I haven't been everywhere in this game. I've been to most places. This goes to the bruisers. Lots of stuff back here. My goodness. Way more back here than I thought there was. Okay, so that goes back up here. And then Huntmaster. These are all like the higher level mobs back here. The Huntmaster, the elite guards. This area back here is like level 30 plus, maybe even up to 40. I don't remember the exact levels, but it's a higher level area back here. So I don't recommend coming here early at all. But you can start coming into Telir in your teens. The entrance part in your teens. This, we'll go up there in a second. I believe, yeah, let's go up here now, actually. We'll check that out. And get a nice bird's eye view. But, like, nobody does these camps back here. Like, it's, you know, people are saying, hey, I don't have places to go and things to do. There's a ton of mobs in this game that people just don't camp. I don't know if it's because they don't know that they're there or if they're not worth it or what, but There's just a bunch of stuff. So there you go. You got a mage there. Looks like wearing a robe, too. So we got another named there. And then this goes down into this pool. I want to say we can go... Yeah, I've been in this pool before when I aggroed the raid boss that's in here one time. And I think this is how I had to get out, is I fell in that pool somehow. Or I fell in this pool. I fell in one of these pools after aggroing the raid boss. Alright, let's just get back out of here. Oh boy. Alright, we're out of there. Do we have to walk all the way back around? I think we don't. Yeah, we don't. This is a bridge. Okay, so that's basically all of that area. But there is that named mob that's up there, so that's good to know. That just goes around to just more mobs that you can camp. I don't think there's anything else up here, but I could be wrong, so we're going to check it out real quick and double check. Yeah, it looks like that just goes back around to there. So, to get back out of here, we're going to go this way. These Hierophants are not something to be trifled with at low level. This is the pool that I fell into. The raid boss is up this way. This is a way to get to the raid boss. One of the many. So we'll kind of circle back around. But this should go all the way up. Yeah, so you can come in this way is another way to the raid boss and come up this ladder here. We'll go back down that way in a minute. That'll lead us back out. I believe we go... I think this is just a dead end here for some mobs that you can XP with. And then if we go up this way... through here. More mobs there. More mobs here. I think we need to actually go back that way to the left. Good camp spot right here, I think. I don't think anything roams over here, but I'm not 100% sure, so don't quote me on that. But you could probably camp that area. And pull all of these mobs to it. Yeah, I think we need to go the other way for the raid boss. And then come back out this way. But let me double check and make sure I get my bearings of where I'm at here. Yeah, this is the elite guard. So this is where you would come back through from the entrance. We'll come back through here maybe at the end. But this is... you could come basically up this way from the entrance. I'll show how to get here later. We'll come back this way. So once you come through here... and then we go... Yeah, this is where that camp was that we saw. So there's that camp that way. Okay. I think I have my bearings. Pretty sure I know where I'm at now. This dungeon is really massive, and it's kind of like a lower Guck from EverQuest. Some more mobs you can fight in here. I wouldn't recommend camping inside of any of these rooms, but you could just find a spot that works. And then this goes back into the main big room. The entrance would be, if I can remember correctly. Man, I am very lost at this point with all the weaving. But there's just so many mobs, guys. There's so many mobs. Let's try to get to the raid boss, though. It's this way somewhere. It was... Not there. Okay, so we have to come through. Yeah, we come through here. So this is the entrance that I was talking about. And then go this way. And I think back this way. And then instead of coming down there, you go this other way. Yeah, we came up that ladder here. I think we need to go this way. Was it this? No, this was just the dead end. I am already turned around. There's much better ways to get to this raid boss than trying to go through all these mobs. Much better ways. Okay, here we go. This is it. Finally found it. So I think this animist might be a placeholder. I don't remember exactly, but I believe it is. But if you come up this way here and go through here, and then through here, and then Dire Jackal, these are okay. Okay. What was it? Somewhere around here. There we go. There's the another named right there. Kaya Seafar. Because you can see far from here. I believe the raid boss is over that side. On top of that. Yeah, where those font spirits are. That's where the raid boss is. But yeah, this is a ranger spell merchant. And then I don't know if this guy drops anything. But I believe this is like the ranger trainer. But some of these named will drop stuff. Some of them won't. But you can actually raise your faction with the Ashira in here. And use these trainers and spell merchants and stuff. To raise your faction, you just need to do a quest and then kill a bunch. Well, I don't think you have to do the quest, but you can, and then kill a bunch of the goblins on the other side. So let's go back out of here. Okay, so this. When you come through here, actually this is where the raid boss is right here. This person right here is a merchant. That you can buy the spell, the illusion, the Ashira illusion from. And I think some other things. Just a merchant right there, but I don't know if it drops anything else. The raid boss is right there. So Guardian of the Life Font. If you go too much farther from here, it will aggro. I think if you get close to this bridge right here, it'll definitely aggro. So you don't want to go any farther than what I'm at right now. But that is where the raid boss is. You can get here by coming up, I believe, like somehow coming up these waterfalls. There's like ways that you can do it. But yeah. So there's the raid boss there. I'm surprised there's not people over here actually fighting this stuff. Probably because it is kind of a pain to get to, and it's a really, really tough corpse recovery. Let's see how we get down from here. Well, I know one way down. I don't know if I can jump that far. What do y'all think? Oh, no. Yeah, I made it. Ha, ha, ha. Okay, so I know where I'm at here. This area I know well. So that's the top side there. You have a named fisher right here. There's a named that spawns inside of this hut right here. And I'm going to show you how to get here, but we're going to go back way. So there's a named, I think, that spawns inside of that hut. There's nothing in there right now, but I'm pretty sure there's a name that spawns inside of that hut. There is a named cook. So this is a good place to camp, right in this room right here. And I'll show you how to get here in a second. We'll show on the way out how to get here. Named cook, though, up here inside of this room. All the way here in the back. So an Ashira cook. But there's a named spawn there. Lots of mobs in this room, though. When you pull this, I would wait or have an enchanter or wait till these mobs path and try to pull as few as possible. This right here will go up to that area that we were just at and that we jumped from. So you go in here and it just kind of winds up that way. It'll also come out right over this way on top of, well, if you go up this little ramp over here, it'll come out over there. So let's go this way. You can take this spiral all the way up. I believe there's another named if you go all the way to the top of this spiral and go out. Yeah, like up this way. And then somewhere in here, I believe there's a named. I don't even know where all the named are inside of this dungeon. But it just keeps going. It keeps going and going and going and going and going. It's a huge dungeon. Let's get out of here, though. We need to go to get back out to the entrance so we know where we are. We want to go out this way. There's a named right here, Raincaller. Again, this one didn't drop anything last time I fought it, but it might now. Since they added in a lot of stuff. This goes to the goblin area over here. And then this goes back to the back entrance that we came in at originally. So we go up this way and come up here. So what I was talking about right here, where you could go, this is the name. The fisherman was over here. The cubby where you could XP at is over here. The cook was over here in this door right there. If you go in this door right here, it'll eventually come into all of this area and come up to here, and you can come back out. This is the way out of the dungeon this way, but there are more named that spawn over here. So there's one, I believe it's this shaman or this shaman. This mystic. One of these two is a named. I don't remember which one. And then there's a name that spawns one of these four in here. I don't remember which one again. And then there's another merchant that's back here. I believe a spell merchant. Supplier right there. So lots of stuff you can do in this little area. There's also a named right there, Zayed the Calm. I don't know if it drops anything. I don't think it did previously, but again, it might now. I think somebody told me it might be either a monk quest or a monk trainer for if you have the right faction here. So this way, if we go back this way, this will get you kind of your bearings of what we just did. I know that was a lot. But this is where I was telling you is a good XP spot and kind of how we got into all of that. It all connects with these two Ashira, and then that was the camp spot I was telling you about originally, which comes through this door here. So this goes back to the entrance right there. So that basically walked through that whole area. Of course, we did miss a lot that was in there. Just explore whenever you can. The one thing, one more thing that I will point out, though, is if you go this way, back to the beginning. So we came through originally right here. That's the entrance to the dungeon that we came in. And then I said you can go down this way. You can. There's named mobs that spawn up here. If you go this way and follow the left wall, it will eventually loop around. Yeah, keep following the left wall. Eventually loop around to this room here. And then if you go straight across and down into the pool room, which is right here. We'll go ahead and do it just to show. It's going to take me forever to swim it, but I can... How much? I've got 13 minutes on my... So I think, hopefully we can take stealth off here in a second. But if you go down to this pool room, since my swimming is so slow, all the way down... Shoot, where is it at? Yeah, swim straight down here, all the way in the bottom of the pool. And then across... And then there will be a hole going up here in a second. Hopefully. There it is. So we got this hole here. We're going to stealth again because I believe there's a mob that roams in this room. And then you can come up this way to that back entrance where I was talking about, in that where all the elite guards were. This zone ranges from the teens. I wouldn't come here before like level 12 or 13. You could come here like at level 10 if you want to at the entrance. But it starts around the teens and then it goes all the way up to like 40 plus. So this is that room where I was telling you we came in this door right here, and I said that that's all the elite guards. So that's another way to get into this room where all these elite guards are. You can camp. You can sit right down here. This is a decent camp spot right here and pull all these elite guards. You could pull this Pathfinder. Pathfinder is lower level, but these elite guards are higher level. So you could sit right down there and camp all of those. So really good camp spot just for XP. I don't think there's any named. There might be a named up there inside that room, but I'm not 100% sure. But that is a really good camp spot right there. So let's try to swim back out, and we'll take a look at the other way. If I can remember how to swim down here. This so reminds me, though, of Lower Guck. There was an area in Lower Guck where you had to go swim through like a tunnel to get to another part of the dungeon. Alright, we'll go ahead and stealth again. And we're back out this way. Yeah, you can stealth a lot of this on a level 1 rogue. You shouldn't be able to, I don't think. But since we can, we're doing it. Okay, let's go back to this other part where the beginning, the entrance area, and kind of show some more stuff. So if you go up here, I will show you the top side of this. There is a name that spawns. I believe it might be that spear thrower, that raider right there. It's a named with a bow. So one of these around here has a bow. This is up at the top. So this is the entrance where we came in from right over here, and we went through this to get to that other part that we just went through. A good spot you can camp up here is right here. No mobs roam over here. Good camp spot you can kind of sit at. This is the closest mob, this Pathfinder. There are, I believe, 2 named. Oh, maybe it does spawn go all the way over here. I didn't think it used to do that, but maybe it did. But yeah, you can camp right over there in that corner. Should be fine, except for that Pathfinder. There's a name that spawns, I believe, one of these 2, and another name that's one of these 2. So you could actually get 3 named in this camp right here by sitting right there. There's at least 1 over here. I'm pretty sure there's 1 on both of these. So 2 named there, and then another one that you could pull from over here and pull from down in that area. So that's pretty much all of this entrance area. And then let's go a little bit farther in. So we went through all this already. There's tons and tons and tons of goblins this way. So this way right here, if you go to the left, this goes back to that big waterfall room. This is another good camp spot, I feel like, right here where this mob is standing. You can sit a little campfire right here. I've camped that spot before. You do have to watch out for that guy, and then you can pull all of these and guards. I believe this is a good level 20 area, and then you can pull all of this area down here, get all of these named. Be careful with this pull. It's a lot of mobs. Make sure you have CC, but you can pull all of those mobs with a full group all back over here. There's also, I think, another named inside of this room right here. That doesn't go anywhere that I remember, but I believe there's another named inside of that room, so you could pull that as well. And then down that corner and around to get to the goblins. I'll show you where that is, but we're going to go a different way to get to the goblins. Because there's a lot of goblin stuff. A lot more than you think there is. Not nearly as much as there are of the Ashira, but there's still a lot of goblins. So down that way would be towards the goblins, the low-level goblins, and the other entrance, the main entrance to Telir. But if you come up this way, where I showed you that that camp spot where you can sit up in here and camp spot right there, you could pull the Ashira, and then you can also pull all of these goblins that are down this way. So you have all these Ashira up here, and then right across this bridge is where the goblins start. You have lots of goblins. These goblins, I believe, are like the level teens, high teens goblins. Mid to high teens. So you got a couple mobs there. A couple mobs here. And that's pretty much it for this part. And then a couple mobs, or there's, I guess, the one mob here. But that's the bridge we just came over right here. So we can go back this way. And then I think there's a named also in this room right here. A named goblin up here, if I remember correctly. Maybe that spooker right there. Lots more goblins up here, and then over the bridge. And that goes farther down into the more goblin area down there that I haven't really shown off before in any other videos. But all of this stuff. So more goblins there, more goblins here. Again, more goblins down here. That's the entrance right here to the main entrance of Telir. So when you come in, you can walk under all of this, which would go into another area. When this goes right here to the pool room. So that hallway right here that I'm looking at goes into the pool room where all those Ashira are. Or you can go this way and go around that other way to the pool room. And then I don't think there's much else. This is just going to wind back around and eventually down through here. I think we have to go back that other way to get there. But yeah, this is just the dead end here. And then we have to go down this way. This will eventually take you to the Bloody Nose Chief, which drops the cloak, the haste cloak that a lot of people want. Which is down here this way, I believe. Nope, not that way. I thought it led to it this way, but maybe it's not this one. So let's just go down this way. I'll show you where the Bloody Nose Chief is, and maybe we can get up from the other direction. But it's in there somewhere. What level is the Chief? Do we know? The Chief is level 20. So the mobs around it are high teens, but the Chief himself is level 20. So this would be the main entrance to Telir. It's not... This isn't the entrance right here. It's actually through there a little bit. We'll go out that way at the very end. There's tons of mobs here, up here on this cliff here, and over here. I don't know if there's a named over on this side. There might be, but I'm not 100% sure. But there's definitely named over on this side. So if you come through the entrance and you turn to the right, and you come this way, this is how you get to the Chief. And you can get to that other area. I just don't remember how to get through it. But I think we can go through this way and we can show it off. But if you come over here, this mob right here, way in the back corner, that sergeant that I'm targeting right there, that is a placeholder for a named. And then if you go this way, this goes to the Chief. These mobs here are all like low teens, I think. I believe like 13, 14 maybe. And then back here, they start going up into the mid to high teens. So this is kind of a maze. It goes multiple different directions here. We're going to go down this way. This is where the Bloody Nose Chief is in this pit. They have moved him from this pit, however. This Frightener right here used to be the Bloody Nose Chief spawn, but now it's all the way in the back. I believe it's this right one from what somebody told me. I have not camped it in a while, but I believe the Bloody Nose Chief is now down here somewhere. Looks like it's probably right here where this person's camping. And then we'll go back up this way. This will loop back around and take us back out. So we go through here, just some mobs that you can fight. I don't think there's any other name down here other than the Bloody Nose Chief that I'm aware of. I think this is a dead end over here with just some mobs in it. And then back up this way. So yeah, I thought this connected to that other area, but apparently it doesn't. So I was wrong on that, but I thought it did. So this is, let me see if I can remember where I'm at here. Maybe it does this way. Nope, not that. This is a dead end, or is it up here? Oh, yeah, this is it right here. So this is Wiley Rufka. I don't know if he drops anything. I killed him in a long time ago, but he didn't drop anything then. He might drop something now. Then this goes all the way back out to that waterfall area. So this is what I was talking about, where you can come all the way back out into this main waterfall. So that pretty much covers most of Telir. We didn't go everywhere in Telir. As you can see, this dungeon is massive. Lots of things to do, lots of things to camp. You know, I recommend exploring it. Bring a group in here, go through it. As you can see, it's not something that people camp a lot, so there's still a lot of exploration and things that people don't even know about. You could probably /look in there, maybe find some quests that aren't on the wiki or not well known. So I definitely highly recommend it. And then we'll go back out this way. This is going to be the main entrance to Telir from Sungreet Strand. So if you have good faction, or if you just want to have a shortcut to go from Sungreet Strand over to Shaded Dunes without going through Night Harbor, you can come all the way through Telir. I believe there's a name that spawns like over there, and somewhere back in there. I've never camped it personally, but to get it, you have to actually come around this way. But I believe it spawns like in here, or maybe back in here or something. There's Big Skeleton Guy. Hello, Big Skeleton Guy. Then we go back this way. And then here is the main entrance, the zone. You can zone on either side here. I expect people to be sitting here at this zone line a lot on early access and probably getting groups. Why they don't do it in beta, don't know. But that is Telir. And then here is where the entrance is, where a bunch of goblins are. This is a great place to start camping in like the 7 range, level 6, 7, 8 range, something like that. You can start fighting the goblins right here outside of Telir. So anyway, yeah, that's a kind of sort of Telir walkthrough tour or whatever. But that one's tough. There's a lot of stuff there. A lot of stuff I don't even know about. Does this have AA points like EverQuest you can work on after you reach level 60? It does not right now, no. But it might in the future. They have not decided on that. But as of right now, it does not have any type of AA. Get past these guys. We can unstealth. I need to go get another sow. Let's see. What time? Game time is it? 3 p.m. I don't know if we're going to have enough time to check out. We probably won't to check out Night Harbor at the moment. Just the idea of getting stuck deep there or having a corpse recovery makes it tough. It does. That's why I think that they need to incentivize grouping more. Like, there's just not enough people grouping and willing to go into those dungeons and go deeper in. It's just not incentivized enough. There's so many people that just want to solo outside of it and not go in there. But the thing is that kind of is crazy to me is that people complain they can't find places to XP, but there's a ton inside of there. You can go inside of there and start doing it. Someone's got to take charge and lead the way. They do, or incentivize it. If you incentivize it, people will go do it. There are goblins, yeah, way up there. We could do a walkthrough of Sungreet maybe at one point. Yeah, there's nobody up there. It's just way out of the way. Like, it's super far out of the way to get up there. Like, there's so much stuff to do in this game. But a lot of it goes unseen and undone. So, like, when they release this game in early access and you're going to have 1,000 people, they're talking about having 1,000 concurrent players. There's plenty of places for people to go do stuff. Like, plenty. You went there once and your tank disconnected? Yeah. Yep. Feels bad. That's why group XP needs to be boosted a lot. To incentivize people to actually get groups together. Like, if it, right now, the time commitment alone to get a group together, get to an XP spot, and then you get less experience than when you are solo or duo, feels bad. You know, to get 6 players together to actually come up this mountain, go into these places, it does not feel good. Zone-wide dungeon drops are a great incentive. Yeah, zone-wide dungeon drops, that could be good. You know, have them based on level or something, because there's a very large level range within that dungeon. If they just made them zone-wide drops where you had the low-level mobs, level 12 mobs, and the level 40 mobs dropping the same, stuff, that wouldn't be great. But if they would, incentivize going into certain areas, you got to go deep in there, into Telir. You really have to go deep, and they really need to incentivize that. I've been screaming about it forever, and people disagree with me, and I cannot figure out why. They're just like, well, I don't have the time to put a group together. Well, you would make the time to put a group together if it was worth you doing. If it was worth you putting the time, get 6 people, go to the dungeon, spend an hour, 2 hours there XPing, it would absolutely be worth it. I want to see what we saw in EverQuest. In EverQuest 1, the lower Guck was just constantly camped. And you had people literally sitting at the entrance of the zone, just LFG waiting for a group. I really, really, really want to see that again. I don't know if we will be able to, though. Not with the way the game is currently built. We're not going to see it. People are just going to level right past all of that stuff. People don't want a group. They don't. They absolutely don't want a group. They just want to solo the game. So I personally feel like we need to just not remove the solo capability, but make it so stinking hard. Make it not worth their time. What happens in Fallen Pass right now, sort of? Where in Fallen? Like, what do you mean? They people aren't grouping in Fallen Pass, or they go to Fallen Pass and they go LFG. I was thinking about whether I should explore that place. I've leveled past. Telir was a big part. Yeah. Zone is full. Lots of people LFG. Yeah. The zone is full. And it's like, okay, the zone's full. Well, what level range is going to Fallen Pass? The zone is full and they don't have anything to do. While Telir over there was completely empty. You saw that there was like nobody inside that whole dungeon. Why? Like, there's plenty of mobs over there that could get you all the way up to like level 40. So what are people doing in Fallen Pass? I think it's ease of access is really what it is. And it's not worth going over to Telir and going deeper inside. So they need to incentivize that. They have to put, well, I say have to. They don't have to if they don't want to, but they really should incentivize it more. They should put better loot inside of there, better XP inside of there. Got to incentivize it. People are scared to go there and die and not get their body. Yeah, I'm sure they are. It's also just people leaving groups. Yeah, that's another thing. People they'll join a group and then okay, I'm out, and they just leave, and then you got to replace them. The headache of keeping up with a group alone should be worth more than it currently is. It really should be. And it's frustrating to me because if you put a full group of 6 together, you get them into Telir, and you chain pull mobs, you're still not getting as much XP as if you are solo or duo. And you're not chain pulling mobs. It feels really, really, really bad. Has such good loot that no one goes after. Yeah, no one goes in there. Why would they? Why would they? What's the reason? Fallen Pass is overrated. Fallen Pass is really good. It's a great place to go. There's a lot of good stuff there. But I think that Telir would be better. I think it would be better. If you have a tank, leaving the team is kind of done. It is. I don't disagree with you. I totally understand why people don't want to do it. And it's because it's not incentivized. I don't understand. Like, tanks right now, there's so many more Shadow Knights than there are any other tank in the game. But I think that's part of the problem, is that people aren't playing a tank. Sorry, that madman was going to aggro me. I didn't recognize he was there. People aren't playing a tank because tanks can't solo, except for the Shadow Knight. So then we have a lack of tanks, and then people don't want to group because they can't find a tank. It's just like, it's making it worse. We have to incentivize grouping more. It needs to happen. Or you're not going to see any tanks. You're just not. Like, I'm very fortunate that I have a set group that allows me to be able to get XP. It's the only way I was able to get to 60. There's another tank that's level 60, another fighter that's level 60. How did they do it? He had a duo pocket healer the entire time. And then he also grouped with other people whenever they were available. But he always had a pocket cleric. Every single time I saw him grouping, it was the same cleric with him. And it was the duo. That is what allowed him to level up. Just like me, having a set group or having Gith to be able to heal me so we can level up. Without that, nobody wants to play a tank, a paladin, a fighter, or a Shadow Knight, or a paladin, fighter, or an Inquisitor. They just don't want to. Why would they? Nobody wants a group. The whole thing just feels bad, guys. I also see you never see people killing stuff in open areas of glass flats like salt elementals or basilisk. There are people that kill those basilisk. There's basilisks over there, I believe, that have there's a named one, I think, from what somebody told me, that's got a pretty good drop. People should go over there and do it. I haven't done it personally, though. Fallen Pass is properly rated. A ton of camps per level. You can basically get the first 2 or 3 tiers of camps without aggro. Yeah, you can. I switched from cleric to paladin because my group needed a tank. We're going paladin, wizard, beastmaster now. That's going to be tough. You're going to still have to get a healer. Paladin can heal fairly well, but you're not going to be able to be a paladin tanking and heal at the same time. You'll have to like tank a mob down and then heal yourself back up between fights. But you're not going to be able to do a full fight at higher levels without healing. You're going to need a dedicated healer. But, that's a pretty solid team. You're going to be able to do fine with that. Just grab a healer. Grab a druid, shaman, or cleric, and you're good to go. You wasn't aware of a name Basilisk? I'm only told there is one. I don't know of one either. But I do recall some Basilisk pants going around. That might be it, yeah. Somebody told me about it and said there's a really good named Basilisk over there. You agree? Yeah, Kazu. I mean, it's going to be tough, guys. It's going to be super tough. Where do we want to go next? I don't know Black Tide Bay super duper well, but we can go somewhere next. What time is it? 12:30. I don't know if we're doing anything today. Issa, are we going to do anything today? Okay. I mean, yeah, I guess you're in my stream. I don't know, but I'm just walking around showing off zones. Yeah, that's fine. I mean, this will give me time to do all this because I wanted to do some zone tours anyway at some point and put them up on YouTube. So I'll start releasing those. Cemetery Graveyard. We'll show that off when I do a walkthrough of Night Harbor. But it just turned dark again, so let's not do a walkthrough of Night Harbor now. Trying to think of where else we can go. We could just do... Know you like Fighter? What's your second favorite class to play? I mean, Fighter's not even my favorite class to play. I play it because we need a tank. We need a tank and a main tank for doing high-end content. I don't know what class I would play. I would like to play a mage type class, like an elementalist would be fun. Wizard would be fun once they figure them out. But they just haven't really figured out those classes yet. You'd play a wizard? Yeah, I have a wizard. I've got a level 4 wizard already. They're just not good. They're good at solo. Let's see if we can get another Sal. And I'm trying to think of where we can go. Good afternoon, Dan. How you doing, bud? It's fun watching you check out these zones. Yeah, I'm having fun just showing them off. Let's go to yeah, I want to do Night Harbor during the day. I mean, we could do Night Harbor now if you guys want. Would you guys? What zone would you all like to see? And I'll walk through it. I know some of the zones really well, and I know other zones kinda. Can you explain as to why you think it wouldn't be able to heal myself while tanking as Paladin? I'm just curious. You won't be able to because for a couple reasons. One, because while you're getting hit, channeling does not work very well. So you would not be able to get those heal spells off. Heal spells can be like 3, 4, 5 seconds long cast time. You're going to get interrupted every single time. So you're not going to be able to cast those. The second problem is that you're going to run out of mana trying to do it. You're not going to be able to fight, heal yourself, and then maintain mana. Because the reason that healers are able to do it is because they're sitting down meditating the entire time that they're healing. Or like they heal, then they sit down and meditate while you're fighting. And then they heal and they sit down and meditate. They have more efficient heals as well. All 3 healers have more efficient heals than what the Paladin gets. You're just not going to be able to maintain it. When you get into the higher levels, especially level 50 plus, you're going to have to heal yourself during the fight. So you could, at the lower levels, fight some mobs, and with a wizard and a beastmaster DPSing, you could kill a mob and then heal yourself back up, and then kill another mob, then heal yourself back up. But then you're going to have some time where you're sitting down and you are meditating to get your mana back, and there's going to be a lot of downtime there. So it's just not going to work. It won't work. Shallow Shoals. I can show off some of Shallow Shoals. I don't know it like crazy well. Do Paladin's melee stuff cost mana as well? No. So they have normal melee abilities that don't cost mana, but they have their spells, their buffs and their heals and their nukes, stuff like that do cost mana. We need Easter way to Night Harbor. Run at level 1 challenge. Good luck. We can do it. You want to do it? We can do it right now. On a rogue, I can do it very easily because we can stealth. But yeah, we can do a run there. We'll start here at the West Gate. So West Gate to all the way to, what's it called? Evershade Weld. There we go. Evershade Weld. All the way to Keepers. Yeah, we'll make the run. So this is from Westgate coming out, and we'll run all the way there. I'll show you how to get there. Right now, Fighter is the only class with crit on autos, yes. Other than, like, Paladin can do that with Undead. I believe they crit on Undead. With no C and Viz? Yeah, we can do it with no C and Viz. If you do it with no C and Viz, you just have to know how to go. What we'll do, I'm trying to think of which way we want to go with this, because there's a couple different ways you can go. The main issue is going to be the Veil spiders, but you can completely avoid the Veil spiders. There's multiple ways you can get to Evershade from Night Harbor. Yeah, exactly. Easy ways to swim. 100% the easiest ways to swim. That's probably the way that I'm going to go to show you how to get there. Glinting Hollow. We'll do a Glinting Hollow thing soon. I'm working on the quest there. How to get through Glinting Hollow. We might do some of that tonight, maybe. I don't know if I can convince the group. We'll have to see. So keep going this way. So what we're going to do for this is I'm going to go from Fallen Pass, and we're going to go down the beach. That would be the safest way to go. If you try to go through Vale of Zintar at low level without C and Viz, you're going to die. Even with C and Viz, you might die because there's just a lot of roaming spiders over there. But it might actually be faster to just run down the beach. Honestly. It might be faster. You only have to watch out for the giants at the end of the beach. And then some giants on the beach. You do need to look out for the skeletons that roam right around here. Skeletons and zombies. They can hit kind of hard. Who made the zone? I had so much fun there with a group. Which zone? Glinting Hollow? I don't know who made Glinting Hollow. I can't remember. I want to say I was told at one point, but I don't remember who it was. Yeah, I don't remember. Yeah, I would like to go into Black Tide Bay and mess around in there at some point. Maybe I'll level up a wizard and get my wizard leveled up or the Beastmaster leveled up, one of those. Let's get some lantern fuel here. So we can see. Let there be light. Okay, so right up here around this corner, this is where we can go to Vale of Zintar, which is the faster way, I think, to get to Keeper's Bite and Evershade Weld. So you can go down this way and get to Keeper's Bite, or get to Vale of Zintar, which will take you to Keeper's Bite. But the safer way is to go this way. Watch out for those drakes right there. They can be scary. I probably shouldn't do this at dark. It's probably a bad idea, but that's why we brought a lantern. We're down here kiting. Kiting some giants. Be chillin'. He be chillin' down here. So this is where you're going to have to start dodging the giants. Oh, I'm in the middle of the water. That was a weird zone. Weird transition. What do you consider they should fix next in beta? Fix? I don't know. All I want them to do right now is the solo XP versus group XP and class balance. That's all I really want to see. And I know a lot of people that are saying they don't care about the class balance. It's going to be an issue, I think, because there's a lot of classes that are just way out of balance. Would you be okay if they increase group XP, or would you rather they nerf solo XP? I would rather nerf solo XP because I feel like the game is already a little bit too fast. So if they buffed group XP, it would be even faster. But, you know, at the very least, group XP being buffed would just at least incentivize people to group. The solo XP, I feel like I did a lot of my XP, at least the latter half of my XP in a duo, and that still took me 17 days for like 400 hours. So if they just increased group XP to be equal to that of solo and duo XP, it would still take 400 hours. So that would be okay. But I would rather them nerf all XP and then buff group XP more. So that solo XP and duo XP would probably take 500 to 600 hours to get to max level. And then have group be about 500, like 400 to 500 to get to max level. So it would just be a little bit better in a group, in a full group, than it would be solo or duo. But close, you know? But right now, it's like the opposite of that. It's currently about 400 hours, give or take, for solo XP or duo XP from 1 to 60. And then about 600 hours, closer to 600 hours if you do a full group. Like 500 plus hours to do full group XP. So it's going to take you significantly longer right now to do a 6-player leveling. Thanks for showing this. Thought you had to go the glass flats route? Yeah, no worries. No worries at all. Now, you don't have to go glass flats. You can go this way. This is the safer way to go for sure. There will be some swimming involved, though, that you have to do, but it is much, much, much safer. And you got to watch out for these giants. So just go, you know, just avoid the giants. But yeah, you don't have to go glass flats. You could go glass flats to Vale of Zintar. And then Vale of Zintar to, yeah, you can go that way too. That's a third way that you could go if you wanted to. You could just swim out here to Shallow Shoals. You could, yeah. I'm not doing it because it's faster to run with Sal. I'm going to try to do it without stealth. We'll see how far I can get without stealth. This would go into Vale of Zintar, so I could go this way, but then you're going to hit spiders. And I don't want to hit spiders. Because they will root you and poison you. How much AI design went into this game? I would say 0%. But there is some... But it was done differently. There's no like true AI design in this game at all. They use AI in some places to like get ideas. Here, we're gonna go this way. This is a little bit faster if we can just avoid these giants. I should be able to, hopefully. But yeah, what they basically the AI that they used in this would be, hey, I want to write a quest about blah 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 blah, and have AI, give me like 6 different ways that I could do this or something. Give me some ideas. A dire wolf will wreck me, but that giant will kill me. We should be good. Yep. So, yeah, basically 0 AI. You're definitely for AI if done correctly? Yeah, I mean, and I feel like they use AI, if they've used it at all, which they have not to my knowledge, but Sean has talked about that in the past. And the way that they would use AI would be like, hey, AI, give me a dungeon layout. For an MMO dungeon layout, give me like 10 different examples. And then they would go, okay, I like this one. So they would pick one of those 10, and then they would go in and hand tweak it to the way that they want it to actually be. Sean said that he has used that in the past for like EverQuest type of stuff, and that's how they would do it. Of course, it was just like more of a random dungeon generator design kind of thing back then. It wasn't really AI. But if they use AI, that would be how they would use it in this game. Yeah, I'm not against AI either. Like, I wouldn't say that I'm against AI. I don't want them to do AI cool. Cool. I just read what you said. I don't want them to use AI to like design everything or like be like, hey, create a goblin using AI in like meshy AI or whatever, and then I'm going to implement that into the game. I don't want them to do that, and they don't do that. They create everything by hand. However, they might use AI to get hey, give me a cool goblin concept that I could use as a reference, and then I'm going to then create it off of that reference. So they could do something like that, which I think is a really good way of doing it. AI is a tool, not a solution. Yeah, exactly. It's great for reference. Exactly, bro. It becomes an issue when you start seeing the AI in the game. Yeah. You won't see any AI in this game that I know of. Like, you're not going to really see that. I mean, what we used to call AI back in the day is not going to be seen in this. You know, like when you talk about the AI of an enemy or something and what they do and how they function, you know, there is AI there. Like, what's the next spell that this mob's gonna cast? But it's all scripted. So this is where we're gonna start to probably see where it's going to slow down a lot, right? Because now we're in the middle of the ocean. But you can see right here is where you get into Keeper's Bite. So we're in Keeper's Bite here. But there's a cold water croc right there. So we got to start being a little bit careful in this area. This goes into like a an orc camp area. Really good XP spot for that level. And I believe that's one of the entrances to Black Tide Bay right there. I think. That was Fallen Pass. No, the last zone was Vale of Zintar. Gotta watch out for saltwater crocs. They might be out here in this water. I don't think they come out this far, though. But these saltwater crocs are rough. So you do have to swim a little bit. If you don't want to die. Has your swimming leveled up at all? Yeah, my swimming is, let's see. It's gone up to 6 in all of the swimming that I've done so far today. It goes up very slowly. Very, very slowly. In fact, I think the hardest part of getting over to Evershade Weld from Night Harbor is this last part. Is going from Pinshaw here into Evershade Weld. Because there's mobs that can attack you there. If you have Sal, you should be fine and just kind of avoid them. Now, I would highly recommend just taking the boat from Night Harbor, by the way. Because you can see the boat comes up literally right here. So you could just take the boat. But you can run it if you want to. This is also why I say you probably shouldn't kill Red Mantle guards. I know there are people out there that fight and kill Red Mantle guards. There's some Red Mantle guard named that drops some gear, and they're good XP, you know. But if you kill Red Mantle guards, boom, you will be KOS to this entire village. So not the best thing to kill. Decided you're subbing to the game. It's so fun. Yeah, me too. Me too. I'll be playing a lot on early access. A crazy amount. Yeah. You're going to play on PvP? Good luck. Good luck. Oh my gosh. All these KOS mobs. Coming from dark and darker, it's tame by comparison. I doubt it. I don't think you think. I think you think this is going to be maybe a little bit different than it is. But good luck. I mean, I hope you have fun with it. But this game is going to be nothing but a grief fest. It's going to be awful for PvP. But yeah, I mean, if you enjoy that kind of thing, go for it. As a ranger, all these animals are nice to me. Yeah, they will be. I think druid as well. People are just going to kill you to kill you. They're going to see you, they're going to kill you. Like, it's not going to be fun for most players. I think we need to go... trying to remember if we can go this way. I think... nope, we can't go that way. We got to go this way. Yeah, there's like an invisible zone wall here. We got to go this way to get through it. I couldn't remember if we could go through there or not. Yeah, there's all... why did they do this? Make you have to actually go this way. All right, we'll go over the bridge. Probably should have gone this way in the first place, because we could have come out of Pinshaw and just come straight over here. But whatever. Can you imagine standing in line waiting for a mob to spawn and getting banned by a GM if I hit it before someone else does on PvE server? Okay. I can't imagine going AFK for 5 seconds to, you know, just or a minute to go to the bathroom and getting killed by a player. It's gonna happen. Like, it's gonna be a grief fest. Oh, I took a sip of my drink, so I wasn't paying attention, or I just fought a mob and it's got, I'm down, I'm out of mana and I'm down to like, half health, and somebody just comes up and nukes me once and I die. Sounds fun to me. So like, there you could say the same thing on both sides of it, right? Say the same thing on both sides. Yeah, we just ran from Night Harbor to Evershade Weld. And we're going to go all the way to the lift. Just to show people like how to do it. If they want to. Some people want to run all the way instead of take the boat. So you can run the entire way at level 1. This is with Sal. Technically, I didn't need Sal to do it. But, it just makes it faster. No, Sal's not mandatory. I didn't need it. I didn't aggro anything all the way here. Not a single mob. There you go. Level 1. Night Harbor to Evershade Weld. Boom. Will factions be a thing in early access? You done any of the raid content yet? So, yes, factions will be a thing. Factions will be a thing, but probably not too much until Module 1, which is going to be in September. So you're going to have the deep races and then the non-deep races, and they're going to kind of have opposing factions in a sense. So, yeah. All right, what do you guys want to see next? Somebody asked for the level 1 run, so we just did it. And that took 33 minutes-ish. 33 minutes. Glinting Hollow. Do you guys know where Glinting Hollow is located? It is... I get my bearings here. Because somebody asked about Glinting Hollow earlier, right? I think somebody did. I think I'm going the right way, if I remember correctly. I usually never come this direction from it, or to it. You got to get all the way over here to the Druid Circle. Which starter zone do I prefer? I mean, Night Harbor, I just know better. I just know it a lot better. But this zone is probably a better starter zone. So here's the Druid Rings right here. And then to get to Glinting Hollow, you got to go up this way. You do have to watch out for aggro, though. So watch out in here. These Fey Guardians are in here. These won't attack me, though. They're different. So we're good. But the Beguiled Wolf, that doesn't attack me. This is really cool, though. Look at this. Isn't this awesome? This looks so cool. Well, that's where Glinting Hollow was. Was it? Where did they move it? Did they move the zone line? Then maybe they moved the zone line from what I did it before. But it should be over here somewhere. Yeah, I don't know where it is now. I haven't been in here since beta started. But it's around here somewhere. This is a newbie zone in here. This area though is this area right here is probably teens or so, or 20. I don't really know what level these mobs are. There we go. Glinting Hollow. So this mob right here gives you a quest, and it wants you to get the wolf meat. And then if you kill enough of these wolves, it'll update your, or you get an item to be able to go to the next part. And then the next part, you have to go like up here. One of these things, and it'll zone you to go to the next level. I don't think it's this one though. One of these little hallways takes you to the next area. Otherwise, it just zones you out. Yeah, I haven't messed around in here too much. There we go. That should zone me out. And I back out. But yeah, if you actually have the key, it'll take you to level 2. And then you have to do a quest to take you to level 3, and so on. I think there's 4 levels to it. I don't know much else about it other than that. Haven't messed around in there too much. What herbs are in Glinting Hollow? I don't know. I should take my fighter in there and do some of that stuff. The Glinting Hollow zone, though, is like level... maybe 30? I don't know what level it starts at. Like the mobs that are in there. I think it starts around level 30. Is it 40 plus, the whole zone? Yeah, I don't know. I've never been in there other than on this level 1 character and my level 60 character. There's only 2 classes or things I've ever been in there with. Well, now we are kind of we're stuck over here on this side of the world. So what shall we explore? I need to really learn this zone better. I know a little bit about it, but I don't know it really well. I think he can fall off here and not die, so we're going to find out. Bonsai. Oh, I died. No. You could definitely fall off there at higher level, but I guess at low level you can't. And we're back in Night Harbor. The heck is that wolf doing? Nah, it's all good. We need to be back over here. We're going to do a walkthrough of Night Harbor. Let me get Sal, and we'll do a walkthrough of Night Harbor. Now that it's 10 a.m. game time. Black Tide is off this zone? Yeah, there's at least one entrance off of Evershade Weld. There's another entrance off of another zone somewhere. Ranger Gate? Yeah. Definitely Ranger Gate. What? Wait a minute. We might have some big news, guys. Might have some really big news. I just saw something pop up, and I don't know how true it is, so I want to try to find it. What the heck? Beta will be ending May 1st. This is to give us a window. We may have additional... What? This was said... Oh, he already replied saying it's wrong? Okay, I thought so. Not to contradict any crypt. I just pinged Ali with a win. Don't need to shut down May 1st. Okay. Yeah, people are freaking out about this. I just got a message about it, and I was like, I don't remember anything about that. But that was also like 2 weeks ago. Like, they would have said something else would have happened. All right, good. We're good. We're good. People are freaking out. See, that right there is why I just don't like the I just don't like Discord and Reddit. The information that you get there is usually not 100% accurate. And that was from a dev, like, and you know, and then the Loving Robot had to come in and contradict it, and it's just the whole thing. It's a whole thing. All right, let's do a walkthrough of Night Harbor. Let's do this. What would they do if they can't if you can't play for 2 weeks? Well, what will I do? We'll have some other games to play. Don't you worry. I've got plans. I've got plans. I'm hoping we actually get our alpha characters back to test out some of the raid content. That's what I'm really hoping for, is that we're allowed to go test out raid content. You should chop this video up and post them as walkthroughs. I am. So the Wormsbane, Ancient Crypt, Telir, and the run from Night Harbor to Evershade Weld, I'm going to put those as 4 separate videos on YouTube. So see those. You'll see those soon. Soon. I've already got them spliced up automatically. So let's do a walkthrough of Night Harbor. So this is the West Gate, as I'm sure most people know of. But let's go inside into Night Harbor and check it out. If you come in and you go to the left, this is how you get to the West Bank, which is something that everybody's going to want to know how to get here, because this is kind of where everybody meets. This is the general meeting area inside of Night Harbor, where you can get your SAL, you can get your banking done, you can get your rested buff inside of this inn right here. If you go in this inn, you do have this guy right here, which you can use to buy your rations and your water flask. So you can get your food and water there. Inside of here is your cooking supply. This guy right here, a lot of people don't realize where to go to sell a lot of things. So you can sell a lot of items here, like your Shira tooth, your bat wings, your bat eyes, your bat tooth, all of the stuff that you're going to be getting out of the newbie yard for the most part. This is where you can sell it to make a little bit of money. Early on. So if you don't know where to sell stuff, here is where you want to go. You can also cook up some of that meat and sell it. I believe it sells a little bit more if you cook it before you sell it. So if you get some bat meat or some jackal meat or something, cook it up and then sell it, you'll gain a little bit extra money, and you'll gain the bonus of skill from cooking. So yeah, all your beetle eyes, all that kind of stuff. You can sell everything here. Lots and lots and lots and lots of stuff you can sell here, including wood. Sometimes you can come in here and buy some wood. If you need wood for your campfires, come in here and buy it. I don't think there's some iron bark wood here. So you can use that stuff for campfires if you want to, if you don't want to go and buy stacks from other players. But usually, if we come down all the way down here at the bottom, I don't think there's going to be regular wood being sold. So it's not. So yeah, if you really need wood quickly, you can buy some of that other wood in here. Sometimes. It's not always here. But yeah, when it is, cool. All right, so that's that. Where else can we go? Let's go over here to the Sojourner's Camp. So from the West Bank, you come right over here into the Sojourner's Camp. This is where you're going to get a lot of your harvesting skills. Actually, all of your harvesting skills. So straight over here is the Lumberjack supplier. Boom. Lumberjack supplies are here. You have your mining supplies here. Also, you can check this guy. He buys all of your gems. So pretty much anything that you get out of mining, he can buy. You can find some chipped stuff on here. You might need a chipped gem for your Wormsbane armor quest if you're trying to work on that. Oftentimes, those are not found on this merchant, but every once in a while, you might be able to find one on this merchant, so you can check here. But he has gems all the way up to the regular like topaz and turquoise, like the high-level gems as well. So you can buy all of those here if you're trying to level up jewel crafting. You can buy bars. You can sell bars to this guy, so you can get a lot of stuff here. You can buy the platinum ore. You don't have to go out and mine all your ore. There's 11,000 platinum ore sitting on this guy. So, yeah, you don't need to buy all your ore. Coming over this way, we have the Wayfarer's Hospice. But just before we get into the Wayfarer's Hospice, you have your herbalism supplies. This is where you can get your herbalism stuff, so your bag and your sickle. So you can do herbalism if you don't start with it. And then you have the Wayfarer Hospice here. This is your Paladin and Cleric spell merchant, as well as reagents, and where you start your quest line, at least for the Cleric, is this guy. I don't know if there is a Paladin one that starts with this guy or starts with somebody else. I haven't done that quest personally. But yeah, that's where you go for that. This guy also right over here is for the Cleric merchant. A lot of people don't know where he is. So this is Milham the Mad with his Willy Coyote instead of Wily Coyote. You get it? Anyway, so that's that. Let's go see what else there is to see. Back this way, we're going to go to our left behind the West Bank. This is where you get to the Tannery. Tannery is where you can find your leather worker and the tannery, so you can get some early scraps, leather scraps. So if you come right in here into the tannery, go right over here to the tanning vat. Boom, you can click on that for tanning. This is where you can put in low quality pelts, medium quality pelts, or whatever, high quality pelts. You can put pelts into here and turn them into your scraps. And then you can use those scraps to make leatherworking stuff. Leatherworking is by far the fastest way to get bags early in the game. If you want to get some good bags, bring all of your hides in here, turn them into scraps, and then take those scraps over this way to the leatherworking station and right into here, and you can do leatherworking on this leatherworking bench right here. You can also go to the leatherworking trainer, and this is where you can turn into rawhide canvas with those scraps that you get, and then you turn those into a rawhide pouch. So boom, easy peasy. And then right over here is the leatherworking supply guy if you want to be able to get your leatherworking supplies. So if you want to be able to sell some of your hides, you can do that here, but then you can also buy from him a leatherworking pouch. You got to scroll all the way down. Oops. There's the seam ripper here. You need that, and then you need... I totally forgot my alphabet there. Leatherworking kit, and then you can get a leatherworking kit plus a seam ripper plus some of these like gear pieces that drop, and you can rip those apart for some more scraps. So that's where you go to the leatherworking. Let's go over this way, and this time we're going to go behind the bank. So another thing that you probably want to know about. So behind the bank, and we're going to turn left. This is going to go to the night market. So from the west bank or west gate where you come in, that would be this way right over here. So if you come in the west gate right there and you come straight across, you turn right into the night market. Come right over here. This is going to be your tailoring, your jewel crafting, and a bunch of other stuff. First thing I want to show, though, is Sproggett's Bed Springs right here. You can come to this guy, and he will sell you candles. So if you need stuff for lighting, you can get candles here. And then you can get this right here, lantern. It costs a gold. It's kind of expensive, but you can get a lantern and then lantern fuel to fill that lantern. These last a lot longer for your lighting. A lot of people don't realize this guy's here. So this is where you get that stuff from. Right over here is a used weapon merchant. So if you get rusty weapons and such, you can sell those to this guy. I believe you can sell those to this guy, but you can also buy some merchants that people buy or sell to him if you're leveling up blacksmithing or whatever. So you can get a lot of that stuff here. Cloth armor right here. This also sells the pouch, the leatherworking kit, I believe. So you got the seam ripper here, and then the tailoring kit. Not leatherworking, tailoring kit. And then you can buy some spider silk if you wanted to and just level up your tailoring very easily with some of the extra spider silk as people start to fill it. Now, of course, when you first start out on early access, a lot of this stuff won't be on here in mass. However, people do come here to sell their spider silk very frequently, and they sell some of their tattered cloth very frequently. So you can come in here and buy all this stuff up, or you can sell your stuff here if you need to. If you don't have a tailoring kit and you just want to craft up some stuff, you can come right over here to the tailor, and boom, you have a loom, and you can start doing some crafting here. This is also where you need to go to craft things like backpacks. So your backpacks you cannot craft in a tailoring kit or leatherworking pouch or kit or whatever it's called. You have to actually go to the loom or the leatherworking bench previously to make those backpacks. So not all items are made through the pouches or kits. You may have to come to a loom or that. So that is all that is right here. Let's go down this way. If you want to buy some early bags, you can. I recommend just crafting your bags, getting the leather from the low quality, take those over to the tannery, turn that into rawhide, turn the rawhide into canvas, turn the canvas into the bags. That's the better way to go rather than buying them from this guy. Jewel Crafter right over here. So you got Jewel Craft Supplies. He also buys a bunch of gems. So you can always sell your gems here, and you can check for additional chip gems for those Worm's Bane armor. You have all of your other gems that you can get in here. You can also get a Jewel Crafter kit in here. So if you want to do jewel crafting, this is where you go. Jewel Crafter kit is usually at the bottom, but there could be some stuff underneath it possibly. So that is that. Let's go over this way. This is your realtor, Night Market Realtor. This is where you would go to buy real estate. So when you want to buy real estate, you actually have to get the deed or whatever from the location and bring it to the realtor and give it to them, and that's how you buy it. I'm not going to go over all that right now, but like stall for rent, you can do this, take sale notice like that. I guess we will do it right now, and then you can give it to this guy and turn it in, and it says, you know, whatever, does not want those items, but that's how you do it, is you do it through this guy right here. Purchase home. There you go. You just right click on him, purchase home. It costs 30 silver coins. And this is renewable, lasts for 1 day. So you do have to log in for these stalls. You have to log in and actually rent those out every day. Back here is where you're going to find your blacksmith. So blacksmith is right here. Your anvil to do any type of blacksmithing. If you want to make ingots, you have to go to here to the forge. This is where you make all your bars. I call them ingots. They're ingots, whatever you want to call them. Bars, copper bars, all of the bars to here to then do this here. If you want to train that, you come right into here to the blacksmithing trainer and supplier. You can sell a lot to this guy as well. So all of your chipped gems, again, another location for selling your gems and all that. You can also get I believe in here somewhere, you got a smithing hammer that you might need, smithing pliers that you might need. And then there should be rivet cutters right here. So if you get rivet cutters and you have armor, like let's say you have iron, like dropped iron armor that just drops off of mobs, you can take that, the rivet cutters over here to the anvil and use rivet cutters plus the iron, and it'll break it down and give you scraps. So the metal scraps, and that's how you get the scraps. Coming out of here this way, believe if I am correct. So we go through there, we go through here. Back this way is the rogue trainer for anybody that doesn't know how to get to the rogue trainer. It is right back here. Thieves Guild, turn right. And then turn right. This is the Thieves Guild right here. So that's how you get to the Rogue Thieves Guild. Do poison making is in there. All of that kind of stuff if you're looking for it. Well, let's go out this way because I want to show you where the bathhouse is. And we passed the bard, I believe. So we'll show that as well. But if you come right around here, there's a bathhouse. This is kind of fun. So just to give you bearings of where we're at, and we'll go back to the bard here in a second. This is West Gate. As soon as you come in the West Gate, you turn right. You can come in the bathhouse here. Come right in here and swim around. Look at these people swimming in the bathhouse. If you swim in here for a second, you get a buff. Bathing, 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 and buff. And you get Fair and fresh for 20 minutes. This is a charisma buff. So that's going to give you a charisma buff. So, you know, those charmers out there that might need a little extra charisma at low level, you do get some charisma. My charisma just went up to 23 if I remove it. So that is a... Whoop, I don't think I... Can I remove it? Can't be removed. I can't remove it. I don't remember how much charisma it is. I want to say it's 10 for like 20 minutes. Go back here into the night market, something that I skipped. Night market. To the right here, this is the Bard Guild. So if you are a Bard, you want to come in here. And then you come back through here, and you have your Bard merchant there. And I don't know, people, this is where you want to come if you're a Bard. So whatever you need for that, that's Bard stuff. Let's go back out this way, and we're back at the West Gate again. What is the next thing we need to talk about? Let's go this way. This will be the easiest way to do this. So we're going to go straight across. These are all houses. All of this in here is houses that you can buy for rent. You lease them, I believe, for 30 days. The stalls are 1 day. The housing is 30 days. So you can rent all of these things. Housing will be needed at some point later on, but right now it doesn't do anything, but you're going to be able to put furniture in your house, make it look all really nice, and then you're going to be able to set up displays inside of your stalls and inside of your house if you want to. This is Salt Breeze Park. So Salt Breeze Park is just a big park you can kind of hang out in. Not many people come here. There is a quest NPC right around here somewhere. I'm not going to go over the quest completely, but I will tell you that there's a roaming quest NPC right here for the Ashira quest. If you want to gain faction with the Ashira to be able to get the elusive Ashira illusion. So way back here, this is the Druid Guild. You would come over here. I believe Druid and Ranger Guild is over here. So Roland, I believe, is who you need to actually talk to for the Druid. But if you go right inside of here, you have the Druid Spell Merchant. This also looks really cool. Look at this. They added all this cool new stuff. I haven't been in here in a long time. But you got your Druid Spell Merchant here. And then there's another person you may want to know of. If you need to come up this way, come all the way back here. This is how you get higher up. You go up these stairs. There's a lot of stuff up here. We'll go ahead and run up here real quickly. Because as a Druid, you're going to need to find this eventually. The Druid Skill Trainer is it this floor or the next floor? I can't remember right now. But the Druid Skill Trainer is in one of these floors. I think it's the next floor up. And you're going to need to know where that is, because as you level up with your Druid, you will be able to get tracking. And I don't think you can use tracking until you actually level it up and get 1 point in it. So you'll need to come up here at some point to find this. And a lot of people don't know how to find this. Maybe it's one of these. I think it's one of these. Yeah, I think it's her, or maybe this guy here. Anyway, one of these might be the Ranger, one of these might be the Druid. I don't remember exactly, but this is where you need to come to learn your tracking skills as those classes. So very, very important for those that don't know that. Straight across from them, this is going to be your Shaman and Beastmaster. So still in the Salt Breeze Park, which is right there. Shaman and Beastmaster guilds, boom and boom. You got them right up here. And this is also where you come to start your Shaman quest there. You got Beastmaster spells over here. You got your Shaman spells over here. So this is where you're going to come for Shaman and Beastmasters. Let's go back out this way. And we're going to go to the other side, this side of Salt Breeze Park first. We'll go over on this side later. So if you come into Salt Breeze Park, again, West Gate is straight down this way. So you're going to come straight in. When you hit Salt Breeze Park, you can go to the right. Going to the right is going to lead you to the Monk and Elementalist Trainer. So you come right in here. This right here is the NPC I was talking about that does the faction for the Ashira. So if you are an enchanter and you want to get the illusion, this is who you're going to need to come to. Bring all of the goblin ears and goblin heads and whatnot to her. And, see what happens. Monk Spell Merchant right here. Boom. So this is where monks need to come. But I believe the Monk Trainer is up in this area right here, if I remember correctly. You can come in and you can walk down throughout here, or you can jump down if you want to. I'm not going to jump down there right now because I don't need to. I believe this is the monk guy right here. But then your elementalist trainer and everything, all of that's going to be found in here. We're not going to walk through the whole thing. But, yeah, you can jump down here and find your way back out. You can also walk down somewhere in here. It walks down and goes in. But anyway, that's where you want to go for your elementalist or monk. Coming back out this way. This is going to lead, if you go out down this way, is going to lead to the docks. And out this way is going to lead through here. And then to the left is going to also go out to the docks. Let's go this way really quickly, actually. Because I do want to show an XP spot for low-level players that they don't know about quite often. So you can go down this way. Actually, we're going to go this way a little bit farther. So this would be, if you come down here to this intersection and turn left, that's going to go to the west gate. So if you turn right at Salt Breeze Park before entering the park, you turn right, you're going to come straight down here. And there are goblins that are down here that you can fight. So a little XP spot inside of the town, and there's goblins, all these goblin troublemakers. They are indifferent to me right now. I think they might be indifferent to everybody. I am playing a goblin right now, so they might only be indifferent to me. But there's no faction on these. So you can actually kill those and get some XP. Down this way and all the way, this will loop all the way around to the docks. We'll eventually get there. There's really nothing to see through here. Nothing really that you need to know of off the top of my head that I can think of. Except for getting... Let's go this way. I do want to do that because getting to the boat, you need to go this way. This is one of the ways to get to the boat. If you want to go over to Phalandraw side of the world, or Evershade Weld and meet other players, this is where the boat is going to come in at. So we'll go ahead and come down here and I'll show it to you. So you're going to come down here. You're going to turn left all the way down here. So you have these two big statues. You want to go down to this statue over here, holding the staff this way. And I'll show you the dock that you can go to. The dock you want to go to for the boat is this one right here. The boat will come up to this dock. Boat will come up to this dock right here. You'll see it when it comes in on the horizon right over here. You'll see it zone in, and then it'll come down and it'll dock right here. The boat arrives in Night Harbor at 8 a.m., 4 p.m., and midnight in-game time. I believe those are the correct times. If not, please let me know, and I will make sure I correct that. But I'm pretty sure that's what it is. This is the custom house. You can come in right here. This is another way just to kind of show different ways to get in here. Need a bigger sign for the boat? I agree. There should be a bigger sign for the boat, and a schedule would be really nice. Right down here, right here is the sewers. So from there, you can go into the sewers here. These are not accessible right now, but they probably will be accessible at the start of EA or soon after, maybe Module 1. But those sewers, this is how you're going to get into the deep from Night Harbor. Night Harbor down into the sewers to go down into the deep. That is the entrance to that. So a lot of people are going to want to know about that. Coming right over this way, continuing following the dock around, we are going to get to some other areas that you can... This is an inn right here. I think you can get a rested bonus in here, by the way. So if you sit in here, maybe you can get rested. I don't know. Maybe you can't, but there's an inn right there. I don't know what it's for. I don't think it's for anything in particular right now. I don't think I can get rested because I'm thirsty and hungry, but I think you can get rested there. Right here, this is called the Pale Tower. So this is something that a lot of people might refer to as the Pale Tower. That is this entire building right here. Several named inside of here. It's a level 40 dungeon-ish. So like around high 30s to like early 40s, you can XP inside of here. This dungeon goes from here all the way down under the water and over to this island over here. Super cool dungeon. Highly recommend checking it out. Starting in the high 30s all the way through like 45 or so. I will say that the mobs here, so the pale guards and stuff that are out here, they are KOS when you first start at level 1. They are KOS, so be careful with that. So if you go over there, they will aggro you. However, these guards over here will defend you. So if you get aggro from them, you can always run over here, and they will help you out. Coming back over this way, we'll talk about this portal here in a second. But coming back over here, going right over here. This is going to be called the bins. So this whole area is the bins. It is not KOS when you first come over here. However, it is another really good XP spot that you can come into. Some really good XP in here. And starting at level like 15 or so. They're going to be hard at level 15, like yellow cons. And then there's some named in here. I'll give you the quick name rundown. There's a named up here where these people are camping. A named in here in this building right here that I'm circling. So you got to go like up this staircase through to get up there. And there's another named there. And then there's another named right up here-ish, somewhere over here. I can show you how to get there, but I'm not going to right now. But there's another name that's up there for a quest. And then a final named, I'm going to stealth for this because I don't want to die. There are some really high-level mobs that are KOS back here, so you got to be careful. But there is another named, come on, go faster. There's another named over here inside of this boat. So inside like the captain's quarters of this boat. All of this stuff is faction-based. So you have 3 different gang factions, and then you have a guard faction, and then a denizens of Night Harbor faction or something like that. So you have 5 total factions in this area. 3 of them oppose each other, and then you have the denizens, and then you have the guards. So you can fight all throughout this area. There's also one more thing I will show over here, which is, I believe this guy right here is a quest for Inquisitor. So if you're looking for this guy, definitely come into the bins and check that out. Coming back out of here, the quest NPC that you need is up in here for the quest that I just talked about. I have an entire walkthrough on YouTube for that, so check that out if you want to get the See and Viz necklace. It is an all See and Viz necklace with some pretty good stats for level 15. Highly recommend checking that out. All right, next up, we're going to come over here. This is back to the portal, so this is the Sage Side Teleporter. This is going to take us to the North Gate. So I'll show you how to get to the North Gate a different way here in a minute. But this is going to be the North Gate entrance. So you might start over here if you are one of the evil, quote-unquote, evil races, like your Shadow Knight, Necromancer. Most of the spellcasters, I think all of the Int casters start over here. I think Shaman starts over here. So that is this North Gate. Beastmasters may start over here as well. So several classes start over here. And then you're going to be coming into the North Gate. Once you come into the North Gate, there are 2 different ways you can go. There is the right way and the wrong way. No, I'm just kidding. There's the right way over here. This is going to take you back to the North Gate or the West Gate this way. And then this is going to take you to the Int caster area. So all of your Necromancers, Wizards, Elementalists, and Enchanters all go this way. There's also an inn right back here. So you can get a rested buff inside of there and buy your rations. You can do all that back in here. You can sell weapons and armor here. You can buy the bags. This is kind of like the night market side for the north side of the Night Harbor. So it's very similar to night market, but it's just not as used. Over here you have some general goods where you can buy and sell a lot of general goods. So if you can't sell something somewhere, you can buy them over here. This is like the Sproggets Bed Springs guy. Same thing with the lantern and the lantern fuel. You also have your used armor merchant, your leatherworking. I don't have my lantern on me. I don't think there is a leatherworking bench in there. But then you also have the master tailor here as well. So yeah, that's where all that stuff is. So if you want to sell some of those things like tailoring stuff, that's where you're going to get it. Leatherworking stuff, that's where you're going to get it. I don't think there's a blacksmith over here. There might be, but I don't know of one. So you're going to want to go to the night market. I would just recommend going to the night market for all of those things. Coming up here, these are all more houses for sale on both sides here. So yeah, if you want to buy these houses, you got to buy them here. But coming over here, this is how you get into all of the Int casters. Int casters are going to want to come all the way here to this teleporter. Boom. Get on this teleporter, come up here. Now you can go to the left over here to the Spellbinder's Spire. You can go to the right over here into the library. And this up here is how you get to the wizard area. So wizards are going to go through this teleporter and explore to your heart's content. So that's where wizards need to go. All of the other spellcasters are going to want to come over this way. and come into the Spellbinder's Spire. You can other ways you can go as well, but this is the way that I prefer to go. If you go the other teleporter that goes straight ahead that doesn't have a label, you'll end up in this building right down here, and you'll want to turn and come into the Spellbinder's Spire right here. So once you're in the Spellbinder's Spire, you have the Inquisitor Spell Merchant here, so all your Inquisitor stuff there. If we go down here into here, you're going to get to the Enchanting Supplies, I believe are straight ahead. Yeah, Enchanter, Disenchanting, all of that stuff is now here. It used to be down by the docks, but now it is here. There's also a enchanting table here if you don't have an enchanting pouch. Do note that only some things, just like your tailoring and leatherworking, some things can only be made at the enchanting bench here, whereas some things can be made, like all things can be made at the enchanting bench, some things can be made in your enchanting book that you buy from the enchanter supplier here, this Tome of Enchantment. So just be aware that you might have some things that you can't make with the Tome of Enchantment. Going through here, this is where you're going to find the enchanter reagents and the enchanter spell guy and all that kind of stuff. So that's where you get that. Let's go back out this way. If I don't get lost here, I think we need to go this way and go back up. There's the Inquisitor right there. So we go back up this way, back up this way, back up this way. Oh yeah, the Elementalist. I said the Elementalist is over here. Elementalist is not over here. It's over with the Monk. So this is Enchanter, and this is going to be Inquisitor. So we did that. And then, yeah, Necromancer is not going to be over here either. I may have said that a second ago. I believe one of these, either this guy or this guy, is what you need to come to for the Inquisitor. If you take this portal, it's going to take you straight down here to the bottom. This is going to be the North Gate area. So you would go down here to the bottom and then turn left and come back around to the North Gate. So that's all that's over here. Spellblade. Yes, Spellblade. Thank you so much. Spellblade is also over here. I want to say... Yikes. Where's the Spellblade at? That one's always hard for me to find. But it is over here somewhere. So just, if you're a Spellblade, run around in here. I always get lost in here. You're safe. There's nothing that's going to kill you. But this is where you come for Spellblade as well. Thank you so much for reminding me of that one. Let's head back out here. Boom. Boom. Door you passed up there near the top? Okay. Let's see. What else can we do? There's nothing else really over here that I would say is really important. The library, you may need to know where the library is, so I'm not going to go in there. We're just going to show it. Oh my gosh, come on. Zone. The library is right here if you want to go into the library, and it takes you into this building right over here. So you don't really need to know, or you'll know if you need to go to the library. It'd be for certain quests and stuff. Coming back down here, this is going to be back down to the North Gate. We need to go Necromancer Shadow Knight, so we're going to do that. There's two ways you can get there for the Necromancer Shadow Knight. As a level 1, I recommend coming into the North Gate here. So you're going to start right here at the North Gate. I recommend coming into the city. However, you can do a shortcut, which is right over this way. So I'll show you where it is. It's right. I just don't recommend coming this way because there might be skeletons up that could kill you. But there's an entrance right here. So this will be to that. Boom. And this will take you down to the Necromancers. This is a tavern right here. And then the Alchemist Guild and stuff is right down here. Right here. This building right there is Alchemist. So if you want an Alchemist trainer, that's where that is. But let's go back to the north entrance because I want to show you how to get backwards from there as well. But if you go down there towards the Alchemist Guild, you go down and then around to the right. That's where you get to the Necromancers and Shadow Knight. But if you actually start brand new as a level 1 character and you want to do the safer route, you go through the city here into the North Gate. You turn right. This is the North Bank right here. It currently does share with the West Bank. So if you open up the North Bank or the West Bank, they both share the contents. However, in the future, I am told those are going to be separate banks. This one is guarded by the Red Mantle guards. The other one is guarded by like Night Harbor guards. So make sure that you are aware of that. As you get higher level, that'll make more sense, but in the beginning, it doesn't really matter. This right here goes into the cemetery. So when you turn right into the north gate, this is the way that you get into the cemetery. You come right up here. And if you want to do the quest, you talk to this gatekeeper right here. You hail him, go through some of his dialogues, and he will tell you how to get access into here. This opens up during the day and closes at night. However, you can get a key from this gatekeeper to open this up at night yourself so that you can go in there at night. The Necromancer and Shadow Knight guild is right here. I'll show you how to get there so you don't die falling here. You don't want to do that. So we're going to go back out this way. And we're going to go around this way through here. I will also show you right up here is the Enchanter. For the Enchanter quest line, you're going to need to come down here and talk to a dude in this building right here. A lot of people don't know how to find this guy, so this is Master Wincog. He's for the Enchanter quest line, as well as other stuff. I think he's a merchant or something. I don't know. He does something, or will do something in the future. But yeah, he's also for the Enchanter quest line. I think the Enchanters can go either evil or good, so they can register with the Enchanter Guild, or they can go this way for their evil route where they don't register. So that would be where you would need to go for that. Going down this way, this is how you get back to the West Gate. If you keep following this straight down, this will go down here, turn left, and it'll basically take you to the West Gate. So that's how you go from North Gate to West Gate. This is Salt Breeze Park. So we basically made a giant loop all the way around the entire city. However, we are going to the Necromancer and Shadow Knight Guild. You can just jump off here. I believe there's a back way over here, so you can actually walk up and down this if you want to. But you can just jump off right there if you want. So coming down here, there are a couple things that I want to talk about. There is a guard here. This is like a newbie XP yard if you want to come here and start killing some of these. But if you come right over here to the left and you follow this up, this will also lead to that cemetery I talked about before that will be open during the day and closed off at night. That cemetery is around level 10 plus, so 10 to 15 I would say is where you want to go to level in there. But that's another way in. If you have the key, you can also get in that way. So there's that. Now we can go over here to the Necromancer and Shadow Knight. This is a little bit of a confusing area. Again, I'm not going to go through the whole thing, but I will try to show you how to get to. It's going to be a little bit dark in here. But if you go in here and you go, oh boy, I always get lost in here. You go this way and go down. I think this is going to lead out to more XP mobs. No, it doesn't. That's not this way. Anyway, this is where you're going to go for your Shadow Knight and Necromancer. I always get lost every time I come in here. Come in here, go down maybe. There's an NPC right here that you're going to need for Shadow Knight quest, I think. And then this, what does this one go to? This is another way you can come out to another XP spot that a lot of people don't know about. The backside. Look at that. Nobody's out here killing anything. I mean, they're probably too many people that aren't low enough level, but yeah. Backside area. Little secret. Secret XP spot for low level, level 1, 2, 3 characters. This is super dark. I apologize. But yeah, anyway, throughout here, this is where you want to go. Maybe it's this way. And this goes down into... Oh. Nope, we already went in that one. There's a library area throughout here somewhere. And I always get lost trying to find it. We come through here, go through here, we go this way. And then we go this way and this way and this way. Oh my gosh, it gets so dark. Another NPC that you might need is this one right here. Ah, here we go. Here's the library. So this is where you need to be for your Shadow Knight and Necromancer spells. And then also the spell reagents for the Necromancer. This is also where you buy the coffins that are 11 gold. So this is where you get coffins if you need to get a summon from a Necromancer. But I believe... I want to believe that's pretty much the entirety of Night Harbor. I think we went through everything. Covered all of the different classes, locations, where to buy, where to sell. All of that kind of stuff. Cool. Night Harbor walkthrough. We did it. I did it fast, too. Do I feel like this game is ready for EA? I think so, yes. However, it needs some work. But, I mean, it's going into early access. It's not going into 1.0. It definitely needs some work. You need to talk to the wash lady during day and follow the quest line. For which one? There's a quest line in the bathhouse for level 5. I'll give you a robe shirt that you can color white, black, green, blue, etc. for Fashion Quest. Nice. That's cool. I didn't know that. All right. What else? What other any other places you guys want to see and walk through? We need to do more zones. What time is it in game? It is 1 a.m. Let's go get another Sow refresh. And it'll be daytime in game soon. Sow refresh. Yay, we did it. Let's go. $2 a.m. in game time. I don't know where else to go. Oh, we didn't talk about this. The fighter. And the and those things. So one thing I missed from all of that is when we go into West Bank here, or West Gate here, instead of going to the West Gate, you come over this way. This is where you're going to get to the Fighter and Ranger Guild, I believe. I think I said the Ranger was over there with the Druids. It is with the Druids. There is a Ranger over there, I believe, but this is how you get to the Fighter guy. He's right up there. You also have Fletching Merchant over here, Archery Supplies, or maybe this is Archery over here, and Ranger's the other one over there. So yeah, this is the Archery over here. So Archery spell here, and then Fighter spells and abilities are here. This guy right here also, if you give him... what do you give him? I think Ashira Tails or something. He will give you rawhide armor. And then over, I think at the tannery, I didn't talk about it, but above where the leatherworking is, if you go up the stairs there, you can turn in something there, I believe. No, the tails. Yeah, the tails is in the tannery. The bracers are this guy here. So you give bracers to this guy, Ashira bracers. He'll give you rawhide. If you turn in the tails at the tannery, it's not the tannery, it's the building where the leather worker is. You go to the second floor of that building, and there's a guy up there. So that is something that I missed on that first run. Okay, cool. Covered that. Do we know anything about Module 2 yet? Module 2 is going to be probably like swamp. It's going to be like swampy type stuff. I believe that's when trolls are coming in. We don't have a lot of information about that. But I expect to see swamp stuff. Like Shrek. All right, let's wait till daytime and we'll go run around this other place. I just want to play lizard folk. They might do lizards. They might do lizards. It's a 5-minute quest. If you have Sal and the crude spider silk, can be bought from merchants in Elfland. Nice. Ranger's in there too, right next to the archer. Okay. Yeah, so the ranger spell merchant is in there, but then the ranger trainer, I think, is the other place or something. Whatever it is. Let's wait till daytime, though, and we'll go run through. So we got a couple minutes left of before daytime. Daytime, nighttime. So yeah, we can run through Shaded Dunes. We'll do a Shaded Dunes run through. I remember the dev saying you can go from 1 to 60 in Night Harbor. Is that true? And has anyone tried yet? It is true. It's very difficult, but it is true, yes. It can happen. But I wouldn't necessarily recommend it. Okay. Yeah, we can do whatever. I have until about 5:30 today, and then I'm going to my kiddo's band thing that he's got tonight. And then I'll be gone, I don't know how long. Probably just for the rest of the night, to be honest. Like, I don't want to rush it or anything. Yeah, we can do something if you want to. I've done several zone run-throughs today. I can do more on a different day. Yeah, we can do that. Yeah, at the time that you've been in there alone, you would have probably out-leveled it if you were in a group. All right, we're going to get on the wizard first. Everything going well? Yeah, it's going great. I want to try something here. I'm going to see if this actually works. This is going to be funny if it works. Okay. Oh, no longer imbued. Bummer. That'd be fun if it was still imbued. Alright, I'm on. Do whatever. Let's go get all these low quality pelts and stuff. See if we can do tanning. Yo, tannery. And the high quality pelts, I'm pretty sure will fail. But we might gain some skill with it. Let's go make some bags. We'll see how many bags we can make, and we'll give out some free bags or backpacks. What size can cotton pouches hold? Cotton pouches are 8. Oh, the pouch, they're small sizes. So like, yeah, just small items. So rawhide backpack, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. So we could make 4 of these. So we need 3, so 12. 12 light thread. Is it light thread, right? Wait, was that light thread or was that... I didn't read what it said. Rough thread. Let's see. We can do that. What? We can't put these into, That's silly. Make some free backpacks and give them away to the lobies. Let's go find some lobies to give them to. Level 10 rogue, not wearing a backpack. Level 1 druid. Guess she doesn't want a backpack. Backpack? You want a backpack? Take my backpack. Somebody's gonna want a backpack around here. Blink has a backpack. Come here. Come here. There you go. Okay, I'm going to save these other two, even though they're only 10 capacity. We're going to put them in here. Boink. Boink. Put that over here. And this one. This one also over here. There we go. Fancy schmancy. Okay. Let's do stuff. 227 tailoring. I'm a big boy tailor. I'm gonna start making like linen pouches and bags and stuff. Sure. We can try. Okay. Let's see. So we need black sapphire, or do I want to go onyx, black pearl, black sapphire? And what are these? Emerald, fire emerald. Ooh, I can get strength dex. I want to get more agility. I wonder if they have gems over here, black sapphires. No, there's no black sapphires. Overall impression at fighter, now 60. I like the fighter. I think the fighter's good. I think it's pretty solid class. Yeah, I'm gonna go ahead and buy some new jewelry. That would be 10:30. Why is that not transferring? Oh, it's on the wrong side. That's why. I'm an idiot. Okay. Look at that. right. We got some new stats. Lots more agility. A little bit more strength, too. I'm wondering, like, should I get... I need to get better gear before I start to get the +4s. All right, let's go. Let's go, Mario. Nice train, dude. I'm curious how losing all that dex is going to do for my hit chance. I really should check that out. Test it some. Like put on very little dex and then put on some higher dex just to see like if it changes much. But that increase in agility alone, I went up by 14, 15, 16, 17, 18 agility just with those jewelry changes. I'm debating if I want to go... Like, I don't know. I'm thinking maybe go Black Sapphire Necklace as well. And getting the +7 agility and then the strength over the strength. I don't know. We'll see. It really sucks not being able to do stuff like outside of group stuff. I can't stand how badly the fighter is at solo. It's frustrating, very frustrating. Just how bad they are. When are you going to power level of scrubs? I don't know. Who needs power leveling? We went over here to see if we could find Stein. What, 60 content? We're going to go do some. We're going to do some right now. I think. At least that's the plan. Big old giant city over here. Huge giant city. How many 60s are on the server? Seems like you need a big commitment. It's a pretty big commitment to get to 60, yeah. There's like 9 or 10 online right now, but I think there's probably a total maybe 15, I would say, on the server. I don't know exact numbers. I don't know where Gith went. He said he was going to go eat. And come back. We'll go over here and help Stein beat on some stuff. It'd be really cool if you could like rotate these pillars to like create something. And if you rotated them all the right way. Oh, shoot. I aggroed this. How did I aggro that? The heck? Oh, I couldn't make the jump. I did not mean to aggro that. Now this thing's going to come and get me too. Oh, shoot. Dag nabbit. I gotta get away from both of those guys. What a pain in the butt. Is that a new spider? The heck, man? I'm aggroing all sorts of stuff. Just feign? Yeah, right. I wish. Use triple attack? That'll take care of him. I'll take him out real fast. Triple attack. I win. Let's see if I can get out. I might be far enough away. I may not be far enough away. We'll find out. Got 20 seconds. 15. 10. Nailed it. Need J-boots? Yeah. When they add them, they've got them in the game. Kinda. But yeah, they're in the game. You just can't get them. Like, there's just no quest for them. I may have aggroed that spider again. Dagnabbit spider. What a pain in the butt. Wow, did I aggro all these spiders? I think I may have had a train of spiders. I love the colors of the sky. They did such a good job with the skybox. Haven't had a time to check on you for a while. Did you ever get engaged to the ghost? No, we never got engaged to the ghost. I still haven't figured that quest out. I don't know what to do there. I just got over here. I trained, like, got aggro on a bunch of stuff. Okay. Yeah, I'm over here now, across the jumps, just hanging out. I thought Stein or Andy would be over here, but I don't see him here. Oh, you're further in? Okay. Yeah, cool. Yeah, he comes to my stream every once in a while and chats. Yep, if he wants to try it out, though, yeah, have him play the. He wants to play the beta. Okay, cool. Yeah, sounds good to me. Oh, yeah, just blindly following us. She's single? She might be single. That's right. Yeah, I'm at the bridge, broken bridge. Do 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 do. Nice. Thanks for the money, Andy. I don't think I was close enough to get the coin split. Yeah. Oh, I must have not seen it. Who? I don't know who that is. I don't know. I don't know if they do or not. Okay. They'll come across this bridge, so just come all the way across. Oh boy, oh boy, oh boy. Good. Oh, I agree. I think they need to decrease the or increase the spawn chance and decrease the number of items on those named in there. Yep. Well, you would want the dropped item from these guys, right? For the range. So yeah, I mean, by the time we get over here, camp this a ton, we'll just get these. It'd be easier. Oh no, it's not ammo. It's just ranged. Oh yeah, yeah. That would definitely make it better. Yeah, the flower, was that ammo or ranged? That's what I think I used. Yeah, those things we gotta farm early because people are gonna. That's gonna be a pain in the butt. Oh yeah, for sure. Gone in the mornings, go get it. Or stay up late. Oh yeah, your dog is gonna be. That giant's gonna come and get that dog though. You might want to move your dog quick. Well, if we have a full group that's paying attention, we could probably camp like 5 mobs over there at once. Yeah, we definitely need to do that. Because, like, the XP will come, but the items are going to be a pain in the butt. I don't want to have to, like, go back and get items if we can just do it while we're XP. It is, yeah. But it is up, yeah. Alright, I'm in the cubby hole. What kind of in-game content does this game have? There's a few raids, like 5 or 6 raids that you can do. Well, raids. But yeah. That's all there really is for like in-game content at the moment. There's going to be expeditions eventually. And the expeditions are going to be high-level content with, like, raid dungeons inside of them, eventually. Yeah, the answer is almost done. Yeah. Right now, there's, like, 2 raids that would require actual raids to do. 2 encounters that would actually require more than, like, 2 or 3 groups. Everything else right now is just kind of broken. And it just doesn't function properly. I'm assuming they actually do it. Yeah, he's on. Which, by the way, I'm almost 99% sure they're boxing. I mean, I don't know for sure, but I'm pretty sure. Like, it's the same two people. They're always on, and they're only on at the same time. Ever. Never, ever apart. Yes. And they're never apart. They're always on at the same time. Like, it's like if one's on, the other one's on. 100% of the time. I have never seen them separate. We'll let them know. Let's see if they fight over it. Yeah, sometimes it lasts almost the full duration, it seems like. Yep. Oh, I have no idea. Yeah, something like that. And jump off, take a shower, and then I'm gonna head to the thing. Okay. Sure. Yeah, only 4 kids got selected from his school, so I'm really proud of him. Shaman Beastmaster, who's your ideal third for a trio with those two? Shaman Beastmaster? You can pretty much add anything to that group right now, and it would be good. I would recommend getting a tank for the future, because they're probably going to nerf the Beastmaster pet at some point. If they don't, I'd be surprised. So I would definitely get a tank to fill that spot. Paladin or Shadow Knight? I'd probably go Shadow Knight personally. Just Shadow Knight's just probably overall a better tank. You're going to be PvPing? Yikes. Good luck. Good luck on the PvP stuff. But yeah, I'd go Shadow Knight. Try for a solid week, see how rough it is. Yeah, it's... I don't know. I don't know what's going to happen with PvP. I think the first week or two... Well, I don't know. The first week or two might be the worst part. It may fall off after that. So, I don't know. It's going to be tough. Probably get into PvP beta right now, this Friday if you apply for it. You might be able to, yeah. They gave away something like 1K beta accounts, free codes. So they gave out, yeah, it was 500 PvE and PvP accounts. So 500 of the normal plus 1 friend. And then they gave 500 additional that were PvP exclusive plus 1 friend. So there's 1,000 invites out just that are exclusive to the PvP server. Sure. Nope. Yep. Yeah, I think so, yeah. So with the official word being that they're shutting down EA May 1st, they aren't. They are not. Are they really not wanting us to test the class changes? Yeah, that's not happening, Hyper Taco. Like, that's another one of those misinformation things. Yeah, that was from April 2nd, Hyper Taco. That was in Crypt, saying that back on April 2nd, so 2 weeks ago. And Sean disputed it a few posts later. So if you go find the actual post, it's a few posts later that Sean said it's not happening. You saw someone reference it? You didn't see the original? Yeah, it's there. It's here. I'll show it to you. Oh, hang on. I can show you it, though, in just a second. We just pulled a mob. All right, so it is right here was the post, right? And if you scroll down right here, it was disputing it. It says, we're good on the team on this one. We're thinking we'll likely don't need to shut down on May 1st. So don't worry about it. That's just people reading one thing and then not following through. Did you get new sheets? Well, there might be. We can put them on later. Hey, what's going on, Irahini? How are you doing, bud? Some big mobs. They are. They are giant. Yeah, it's pretty solid. It actually is going to be the best. We were talking about earlier. I don't know if you were listening, but it's going to be the best weapon for wizards in early access. Or right now, it's probably the best weapon for wizards. Sure. What's my weapon? My staff is the stirring stick. It's pretty good. It's really good for wizards, but it's a good damage delay. The guy that drops two-handed sword, something toothpick. This guy? No. I don't think he drops a two-handed sword. That's just a regular trash mob. The geomancers, they're just trash mobs. Nothing named. Oh, yeah, you're talking about the, yeah, you're talking about the giant. There's a giant down in Shaded Dunes, and then there's another one in Fallen Pass. You can actually spawn in 2 different locations, I think. Somebody said giant drops it? Yeah. There's a couple of named giants out there. There's like 4 of them that are lower level giants that I can think of, like around 30 to 40 range, that drop various things. Good pair of boots off of one of them. There's the toothpick. There's a giant handkerchief, which is a cloak item. There's a few decent items out there off giants. Well, the VOZ giants, those are level 60. So they're a different set of giants completely. That's what we're doing over here right now. No, there's a different giant cloak. That's not a drop or not a quest. There's the quest one, and then there's another one that's not a quest. Yeah, that's what I'm talking about. The level 30 to 40 ones, there's like 4 or so different named giants. The ones that are down there on the beach, there's like 2 down there or something, and then there's another one in Shaded Dunes, and there's another one in Glass Flats. Those are the 4 that I'm talking about. There might be like 3 over there or something in Vale of Zintar that are around the level 40 range. There's like the fishermen area where the fishermen are, you know, over there. Those are the ones that you're talking about, I think. Can we root it? Something. Alright, I got the faker. I'm rooted as well. He's going to hit me. So anyone have the toothpick for cheap price? No, I haven't seen it. There's also another... I take that back. There are more named giants that are over in Scarwood as well, around the level 40, like high 40 range, I think. They might be low 50s. So there's more over there as well. That's the one that drops the really good two-handed weapon, but it's for large races only. It's like a lumberjack axe or something. Some sort of two-handed lumberjack axe. But you have to be ogre right now is the only race that can use it. I think it might be the best two-handed weapon in the game because it's the only two-handed weapon that I know of that's over a 0.5 ratio. I think it's like almost a 0.6 ratio on it. I don't know if anybody has a link to it. I could try to ask. I know people in the guild have seen it, but I don't know if they have it on them or not. $31.56. Yeah, the giant tree feller. Yeah. Yeah, that's from Scarwood Giants, I think. Like, it's probably the main reason to play an Ogre Shadow Knight. Honestly. Might be the main reason. Like, there's a better two-handed weapon, but it comes off of, like, raid bosses or something, but... When does the class rework go live? We don't know, Bash. Hopefully soon. Hopefully soon. Is 0.5 close to Abyss? Yeah, it's pretty good. Anything that's close to 0.5 is really, really good for one-handed weapons. I mean, it's also good for two-handed weapons, but two-handed weapons are usually a lot closer. Like, the best weapons you're going to find early on are going to be like a 0.3 delay or 0.3 ratio. And then as you get higher, you're going to get up to like a 0.4. And then the really good weapons will get close to a 0.5 ratio. Like the really good, sought-after. So, but you're not going to see many of those. There's very, very few that get up to 0.5. And then two-handed weapons, you'll see most of those are going to, like, the good ones are going to be 0.4 or higher, up to 0.5 as well, with, like, the really, really good ones are going to be 0.5 or over 0.5. Like that 3156. Very excited to see the changes, to see what kind of vision they want. I am too, Bash. I'm like super excited for those changes. I think it's going to really change a lot of this game. And I think it hopefully the changes for the class changes are going to like really separate the EQ versus M&M discussion, right? Hopefully we get away from everything is just an EQ clone. I would love to see it. Yep. Not going to need to find one of those for sure. What it's going to be is just everybody, literally every group is going to have like a tank and a shaman. Or like, there's going to be tons of them everywhere. Yeah, it's crazy. Supposedly, mobs in this game have very little stats. So when you debuff them like 10 strength, it's like 100% of their strength. Yep. I have faith in you, Andy. You just shaman because it's slow? Well, it's their buffs, it's their slow, it's their healing. They just have a lot. Because they've got haste, they've got Sal, they can heal. Then they have slow, they have debuffs. They're just really, really, really good. And they've just got a lot to bring to a group. So if you have a shaman plus like a shadow knight, you basically have everything you need out of a group. There's really nothing missing other than DPS, like just more DPS. Druids feels like they have a good kit, but my guess is these small groups of slow and haste stand out. Yeah, exactly. The slow and haste will stand out over the druid for sure. Druid is nice. Like if you have an enchanter in your party, which a lot of groups are going to want an enchanter, then the druid is going to be the better class to have, because the enchanter can slow and haste. But a shaman is just like, you just don't need the enchanter. It kind of takes away the need for the enchanter. Where does cleric? So cleric is good, but it's like cleric has the best overall healing, so they can mana cost, so the mana to heal ratio is better for the cleric. And then they have stuns, which neither of the other two healers have, so they can actually interrupt. So the other two healers can't interrupt at all, so the cleric can. And then they have the absorption shield that they can put up on a player. So you could like put up the absorption shield and then heal them. You know, they're just more mana efficient healers is really what they have. They're the better raid healers. So you want to have like the enchanter, or sorry, you want to have the shaman there to debuff the raid boss and slow the raid boss, but you want to have a cleric there to actually heal the person. Nice, we got the ranged item. Why don't you get that, Isar? I can't loot it. The outlaw claw. Oh, it's ranged. Yeah, that right there. Yeah, just put it on your monk. Yeah. Yeah, he probably won't care. He might use it for the charisma, but he probably won't care. I guess if you have a beast to lower, yeah, you could do that. Like, I mean, you could have a beastmaster or anybody, you know, slow it. What's going to end up happening? Yeah, go for it. What's going to end up happening in a raid situation or high game, like high level situation? Everybody's going to spam their slows, and just whoever gets it on there until the shaman actually gets it on, right? Once the shaman gets it on, that's when it's going to be like, we're good. And then you're going to have like the secondary slows. But yeah, anybody's going to spam slow until they get it on the mob. We actually came up with a really good strategy yesterday. I don't know if I'm ready to share that one yet, but there's some really good strategies to be able to whatchamacallit, to like debuff mobs, I guess. So we're still looking at how we're going to do that for in-game raid type stuff. There's some tricks and stuff that you could do. If he has one, we're not sure. It's funny, warriors have any mana at all? They normally don't, no. I only have mana because... So I've got 30 mana. So I've got some from this. There's 10 here. There's 15 here. There's 5 here. And that's it. So it's just from items. There's no open playtest right now, no. Just the closed beta. Comes a sun collar. Are shamans solo kind of meh? They can solo. It's not terrible, but it's not great. I would say that shaman solo is in an okay place. Like, if you want to play a shaman and you want a solo, you can do it. I guess my kick missed. You can target it by going up the stairs. But yeah, shaman are very good. They're very, very good. Good solo, or they're okay solo, but they're amazing in groups. Good in small groups. Great in raids. Like, they're just all around, they're going to be needed. Ooh, pulled that just in time. Oh, yeah. It'd been dead a long time ago. You gotta make like a assist macro and just spam it. Yeah, hopefully they fix that. The pets. Yeah, great. Yeah, they need to fix that, and they need to fix the group bug right now. Yep. Well, I don't know about Isar. It could be. Not if they don't know. Yeah, me too. I mean, he's about as ruthless as you are. He's close. Not as bad, but he's close. Exactly. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like, nobody's that bad but you. Pop. Well, I think those emissary, like the emissary and the other drakes and stuff, that should all be something special. The heck is this mob doing? Add. Which one do you want me on? I'm pulling one away. All right, pulling it away from that. Three level 60 and 53. How's XP for the 53? Level disparity punishes a lot. No, the XP for a 53 would be okay, but the XP here is not great. I would not recommend XPing at the Giants because the density of mobs is very, very low. So Giants are great for soloing or maybe a duo, but they're really high level, so kind of hard for people to solo or duo them. Even for like really good soloers, you can solo them like on a Necro or something, but it's not great to do. It's just not really good XP because you can't chain pull them very quickly. In my opinion, they need to increase the HP of these Giants some and then give them way more experience bonus because of how far apart they are. Moving again. Congrats on beating the game. Yeah. We're winning. We have won the game, everyone. Got to do it one more time in early access. One more stinking time. I'm excited for the journey to 60. Yeah. I mean, I can't wait to actually do the early access journey, and because like I would be camping a bunch of other stuff, like getting gear and all that. You know, we would be on also a lot more. My whole group would be. So it's gonna be fun. Early access is gonna be a lot of fun. Do they have server names out? Not that I'm aware of, Bash. They're going to be updating that server poll at some point. And then when they update that server poll, they're supposed to be giving us server names. That's true. Yeah, I probably just won't mention it. I mean, it's not going to be hard to figure it out, but... Yeah, exactly. And then, you know, being frantic or something to try to change plans will be all hectic. Anything would be nice. Yeah, I'll join you guys with like the wizard or beastmaster or something. You're going to share what server you be on? We'll see, Bash. I don't know what the plan is exactly. I don't want to step on the toes of other people. So we'll see what happens. I'm probably just going to let my friends decide where they want to go, and I'm just going to follow along. But, like, part of it right now is, like in Rampage, for example, right? We do a lot of stuff. There's a lot of talk, a lot of chatter, a lot of things that people in Rampage know and are doing, and I don't want to talk about those for a couple of reasons. One, spoilers for people, but two, you know, I'm not trying to step on the toes of a bunch of people that, you know, I get the whole gatekeeping thing, but that's their thing. They have quests and things that they're figuring out and things that they put a lot of time into, and they don't necessarily want to share that with other people, and that's not my place to do it. So, you know, there are things that they're kind of being hush-hush. Servers and stuff like that are kind of being, or in that realm. So I'm kind of just going with the flow. We'll see what happens at come early access. What level's my Beastmaster? My Beastmaster's only like level 6 or 7, something like that. I didn't get it very high. The game looks great. I don't understand the negativity on the graphics. It's because people just want to hate on the game. Kirga, like, people just don't, they just want to hate on it. They like a different game, whatever reason, and they just want to, like, throw shade to this game for whatever reason because they want to start stuff in Discord or whatever, or they just prefer a different game. You know, it's dumb. The whole thing's dumb. I love the visuals of this game. I think they're great. Sorry, my chat between Twitch and YouTube is separated again today, so I had to I gotta be sure to read both sides. I know it's probably been asked 1,000 times, but I play quite a bit during off-peak hours. Since there are no buff bots, what do you think is the best solo class? I mean, there's a couple good solo classes. I would say that any of the pet classes are good. Right now, I would say Beastmaster is one of the top classes in the game, but I think that's because their pet is just a little, not a little, a lot too strong. Their pet needs to be tweaked quite a bit. But yeah, any of the pet classes. So your Beastmaster, your Necromancer, your Elementalist, even your Druid is going to be good. It's a very good class. Wizard is a really good class as well. So there's a lot. Classes are about to probably get some big changes. That is true, yeah. But how much of a change and what classes are going to get changed, we don't really know. So we'll have to see. There's a lot to happen. I wouldn't base anything off of what currently the game is like. Hopefully we get some of these new changes. We're able to see them. So I'm a bit introverted. Sensing kick, missing the old days of playing an Erudite Shadow Knight. Are Shadow Knights decent in this game? Yeah, Shadow Knights are very solid. They're probably, I would honestly argue that the Shadow Knight is the best overall tank from level 1 to 60, being able to do in-game stuff. I lost Sal somehow. Being able to do in-game stuff, but also be really good, be a really good, leveling tank. They're probably the best leveling tank currently in the game. I would argue that the Shadow Knight is probably best. And then the Fighter and Inquisitor are kind of close second to that, and Paladin possibly being the worst. But there's things that the Paladin does too. The Paladin has things that stand out and make it a really, really solid class. So it's, yeah, it's it just depends on what you want to play. But like we're saying, the class changes may be happening soon. There could be a very big patch coming up with like just crazy amounts of patch notes for all sorts of class changes. And we're going to have to get in and mess around with it and see what happens. Perhaps a hot take here, but I'm a bit disappointed. I would have liked the journey to 60 to be ridiculously long, something that takes months and months, not something that rushes. So I'm rushing to the end, right? There's not a lot of people that are level 60. I will say that it takes about 400 hours if you just focus on leveling to get to 60 and do very little of anything else. It's going to take you about 400 hours. So put that into perspective based on how many days it takes you, or how many hours a day you can play. There's going to be people that only play 2 to 3 hours a day. That's going to take them upwards of 200 days. If they're playing 2 hours on average a day, it's going to take them over 6 months to get to level 60. And that's just grinding out XP. Nothing else. So, you know, I think that we're still going to see a lot of people that are not going to hit 60 for a long time. But you will always have those people like myself and other, you know, there's a lot of people out there that like to XP. They like to go as quickly as possible, and you're always going to see that. There's nothing you can do about it. So you just have to think that, like, if somebody plays 20 hours a day, you know, it's only going to take them 20 days to get to max level. And there will be people that do that. There will absolutely be people that play for 20 hours a day. Yeah, well, we killed them once, but we didn't see if they have a respawn timer. We did go up there one day, though, and kill them. Okay. I'm leaning away from charm classes since the community is up in arms about charm. Yeah, they are up in arms. I mean, the charm debate is an ongoing debate. We'll see what happens with it. You know, I don't know. I don't know what's going to end up happening. Some people want charm completely removed. Some people want it to be changed. Some people want it to be buffed, in fact. It's kind of weird. I don't know why you would want to buff charm. But people are kind of all over the place. I also think there's people that are out there that are just trying to create arguments and create disdain between different people to literally just watch the world burn. They just like to do that. So they'll argue both sides of it just to argue it because they're weird people. So we'll have to see what happens. Charm will change. I think so too. I honestly think that it has to change. Something has to change with charm. But what's going to change? Who knows? I think charm's in a pretty bad spot at the moment. But, you know, I've made it very clear on my stance on it, so we'll see what they do with it. Super sweat strat will be go to low pop server, level to 60 first, and then wait for transfers. There won't be transfers. They don't want to do... I stunned it. It's okay. Yeah, they're not going to do transfers as far as I know. They don't want to do any transfers. The only thing that they will do is if a population on a server drops a lot, they're going to merge them into other servers. So if you're talking about that kind of transfer, then maybe. They may merge low pop servers into higher pop servers. Yeah, no worries, Dale. I'm full of answers and full of opinions. Some people like them, some people don't like them. But I'll give them to you. If you ask, I'll give them to you. Is crafting a good idea to do while leveling or something you power level in game? It depends. Depends on you. I would say that some crafting can really be very lucrative. I actually paid just today 30 gold for 4 pieces of jewelry, which is not a small amount of money, but it's not a crazy amount of money. But money doesn't really mean anything, honestly. Like, it's kind of worthless to me. There's nothing to buy. There's nothing that you need to spend money on other than a currency to trade between players. And then also, since the servers are going to be gone and this is all going to get deleted anyway, you know, the money doesn't mean anything. But yeah, there's gonna be some of it would be worth leveling. If you can't level to 60 like super fast, I would say that leveling a trade skill might be a really good way to go, because then at least you have money and you have something to barter with the higher level players to be able to get some of that gear. Because you might be able to say, oh, I leveled up alchemy to 200 and I'm making Sal potions. Somebody might be like, oh, well, you make me 10 Sal potions and I'm going to give you this really good piece of gear that drops. It's a level 60 item, really hard to get. You might be able to barter that way. And so it could be a really great way for low-level players that are not going to level super fast to be able to actually get some top-end gear on their low-level characters. You know, just thinking outside of the box a little bit, but it could be really good. Not looking monetary value, more looking to gear myself up while leveling. So if you want to gear yourself up, jewel crafting is... I mean, I'm level 60 and I'm wearing lots of jewel crafting. Both my rings and both my earrings are jewel crafting. They're the best stats in the game right now, outside of a couple of items. Jewel crafting is just really, really good. I personally feel like it's too good. They either need to lower the stats on jewel crafting, which would be kind of hard to do since they're already not very high. They could lower them by like 1 point, which would be about the best that they could do. Or they need to increase the stats on drop jewelry, which may make jewelry a little bit too strong. So, but outside of that, you can make some enchanted gear through like blacksmithing and leatherworking and tailoring. And the enchanted gear is really good for low level, but it starts to fall off at mid to high level. What surprises me is not charm, but the pet's charm taking aggro from players. So charm pets taking... It's because they do so much damage. Charm pets are insanely high DPS. That's why they take aggro from players. That's the problem with charm, is that charm is just... It's overshadowing DPS classes. It's just better than a lot of other classes in the game. Like a charmed pet by itself is just better than a rogue. It's better than a wizard. It's better than having a lot of classes in your party. So it's just overshadows things. Charm has 0 aggro, it seems. So when a charm breaks, is that what you're talking about? Yeah, when charm breaks, it's zero aggro to the oh shoot. It's 0 aggro to the charmer. Or very little aggro to the charmer. And that's part of the problem with it, is it's too easy to control because of that. So like the charm breaks, and then anyone can just like stop it immediately with a stun or taunt or a heal or just tabbing over to it and hitting it one time or whatever. Anybody can just stop it from hitting the enchanter or whoever's charming, and then the charmer can just charm it again. It's just super easy. It's very, very, very little risk. For any skilled player, it's very little risk. For any partially skilled player, it's very little risk. And I'm not trying to pick on people that are having trouble with charm, you know. But if you have trouble with charm, you need to practice. You need to look up some guides or something, figure it out. It's super easy, ridiculously easy. And it may not be easy for everyone, but for the people that know how to do it, it makes it way overpowered. How do you put tools in the hotbar? So you can left click and hold on an item, and it'll make this right here, and then you can place it on the hotbar. My friend's enchanter charms steals aggro from the tank. Yeah. The aggro that was they're stealing aggro from the tank because they're doing so much damage, right? The only way that tanks really hold aggro right now is DPS. They need to look at that, in my opinion. They need to add more like threat generating abilities, and then lower the amount of DPS on tanks, but increase their threat generation somehow. That's my take on it. In old EQ, no pets ever took aggro, no matter damage. It was default in the game. Only way for pets to tank was to root them and use proximity tanking. Oh, is that that's what you mean by that? Yeah. Yeah, in this game, DPS is threat. It really, that's just how it works. DPS or heals. And then, you know, stun and things like that also add threat. People say that stun doesn't add a lot of threat. I haven't tested it personally, but they say that stun isn't like a crazy amount of threat. How are the macros? Anywhere I can find rules and commands? Well, not really. So there's not any rules to macros other than, so you click on macro down here. You can have 5 lines here. Well, how to show you my macro. You can have 5 lines like this. So I cast 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and I hit this macro over and over and over, and it casts 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So that's all you can really do. You can have macros that like /say or any command in the game you can create a macro for, but there's no wait command. There's no equip item command. There's none of that kind of stuff. So you don't have to really... Macros are not super strong. They're not strong at all. They're not like EverQuest. Bard Charm open world was so insane. Just being able to cast while moving. Yeah, it really is. Yeah, a bard able to move around and cast Charm and all of that. It was very strong. So we'll see what they do with it. I'm not going to debate it anymore with people about why they should change it or anything like that, but I just think that it's very strong, and that's my stance on it. Never knew you could put tools in your hotbar? Yep. You can put them on your hotbar, and then you can swap them like with your main hand weapons. So like right down here on my toolbar, right over there. This is my main hand weapon here, and then I have my mining pick and my sickle. And I can just pick them up from here and move them over here and swap them around. It's the best way to do it. Easiest way to swap. Yeah, you can also shift right click. Yeah, to swap them. That's true as well. Yeah, sorry. I probably should have said that. You think pets in general are a bit too strong? You know, I wouldn't disagree. I think the DPS on pets is very high. Like a necro pet. This necro pet in the group right now is about the same DPS that I am, which is not great, you know? But some of that is because of gear. So the thing is, once you start to gear up, those pets they're not as good. So you got to get a lot of gear. You know, the necro pet is going to be the necro pet, and it's not going to go any higher ever. Like, it's just that is what it is. But as a player gets more gear, they will absolutely get better. And I would say that honestly, I'm probably under geared for my level right now. So yeah, they're definitely going to pass pets with gear, for sure. Something like target tank, cast heal, assist tank should be doable. Yes. Yeah, those are all doable. Assist player. Oops, I should have interrupted that. Assist a player, target a player. All that's possible, yeah. That pet's AC, I would think, would be lower than yours as well. They are, yeah. Pets can't tank nearly as well. They can't tank nearly as well. And they don't have the snap aggro either of taunt. They have a provoke ability, but they don't have a taunt ability. So, you know, if you pull aggro off of the pet, it may not be able to get it back. Whoops. Probably should have been paying attention to that. My wife fumbles around on the keyboard, so macros save my life. Yeah. Yeah, they're definitely good for that. You just can't, like, cast spell, wait 5 seconds, sit down, wait 10 seconds, cast spell, wait 5 seconds. You can't do that. To make like a macro that just, you know, constantly does something for you. It'd be so nice. I mean, it would be nice, yeah. But they don't want... They're trying to limit the amount of... they're trying to limit the amount of people macroing and botting. And that just makes it a lot easier. Are tank classes as a first tune bad idea? I think so. They were in EQ without twinking to an extent. Yeah, they're terrible. They're terrible. I don't recommend anyone play a tank unless you have a static group or you need to have a pocket healer, something. Tanks are awful. They are awful. But yeah, it does depend on upcoming class changes, yes. But yeah, tanks are terrible. The only reason I recommend anyone play a tank, literally the only reason, is if you are the main tank for your group and you have a static, or if you're trying to be the main tank of a guild, which you probably have a static group to be able to level with. If you don't like, those are the only reasons I'd play a tank. That's it. I'm very fortunate to have a static group, so it works out well for me, but I would not recommend it for most people. Yeah, I really wouldn't. Need a static group you can group with, farm, gear up. Yeah. Like right now I'm pretty under-geared, and I've been under-geared the entire time we've been leveling. And if I didn't have a static group, it would feel bad. Could you be doing this right now with a druid instead of shaman? Yeah. Yeah, we could. I mean, it would be more difficult. It's definitely more difficult, but we could do it. We're probably going to go druid as our heals on early access. Yeah, what time do you guys have to be there? 6? 5:15. Yeah, I'm gonna get up in a little bit and take a quick shower and then probably leave here by 5:30. I don't have to be there till 6:30, so I have a little Okay, yeah, you let me know when you guys are done, and I'll let you know when I'm done, and we'll I might pick up something on the way. No, what I'm saying on the way. Yeah, because I'm already. I know, that's what I'm saying. Like, for me, that's about right. For you, maybe not so much. Sorry, we're trying to plan tonight. I got to go. My son's got a band thing tonight, so I'm gonna go do that shortly. And my girlfriend's daughter has like a academic award thing that she got that she's gonna go do. But they're at different locations, so we gotta separate tonight. Divide and conquer. I know, it's sad. I wish we could all be together. Imagine cheating in this game. Oh, people do it all the time. Another outlaw claw. That seems more common than the cloak now, right? We got 3 of those versus 3 of the cloaks. PvP is going to be rampant with exploits. Oh, jeez. PvP is going to be awful. I don't recommend it to anybody. Like, anybody that wants to go PvP, more power to you on this game. More power to you. They're already crying about guards for getting PvP threat when people FD. Oh yeah, yeah. I mean, they're NPCs. They're gonna forget when you feign death. Like I don't know what you expect out of that. I haven't read any of the PvP stuff. Somebody give me the give me the long and short of the what's going on with PvP drama right now. Because I don't do PvP because I know there's gonna be a ton of drama. I try to avoid drama in general. I just don't do it. Twinks ganking with high-level damage shield buffs. Is that what they're doing? That's funny. Well, I mean, that's another reason. That's another reason I think that they should make it to where damage shields need to be based on the level of the recipient, not the level of the caster. Like, absolutely another reason. Damage shields could rock somebody. Biggest drama is there's no play nice policy, so trains are legal. Yeah, that's definitely, I can see that one too. TLDR, PvP, newbie yard is a poop show because level 6s farm level 2s. Once you hit level 15 and go beyond Night Harbor, there's very little PvP. Yeah? Is that what's going on? I expected that, right? I expected PvP to like the level 6s just as soon as they hit level 2s, just kill them immediately. Just to grief them. And that doesn't even make sense to me. It's like, what are you killing them for? What does a level 2 have? What is the reason for killing a level 2 when you're level 6? It's so freaking silly. And that's why I won't do PvP. That right there, that's why I won't do it. Like, I could understand the damage shield, and it's like, okay, well, you gotta purge their buffs. You know? I get all of that, but the people that are just like, oh, you're level 2, and you just hit level 2, congrats, I'm gonna kill you. Welcome to PvP server. Like, it's just so dumb. They have the ability to make that person feel powerful for once in their lives. That's true. That's true. You can avoid lawyer quests when one day you want a high-level camp. That's true. Yeah, that's why they do it. Well, when I'm level 60 and I want a high-level camp, I can just kill you. I mean... Yeah, we should look at that. Like, I wish I could box so that I could look at the XP on 2 different characters. Like, at the same exact time. I might try to ask the devs, be like, allow me to box one day so I can put them on screen at the same time and show that there's no catch-up mechanic. Or like a very little catch-up mechanic. Like, I think there is a catch-up mechanic, but it's so tiny, it's so minuscule that it just doesn't feel like you're catching up. You want me to come break that? Pulling it back. Getting to high level is the issue. Yeah, it's going to be hard to get to high level on a PvP server. It's going to be really tough. Anybody that gets to 60 on PvP, I mean, I'm going to give them a round of applause. Good for them. I mean, maybe. Since you can only PvP within 4 levels, if you can get ahead by 4 levels and stay ahead by 4 levels, I mean, is it really that hard if you're playing a solo class? Not really. Like, nobody's going to mess with you. Nobody can mess with you. They could train you, I guess. They could do that. But it would be bad. The server population going to be so low. Odds of running into someone else are slim. Yeah, the server population is going to be awful on the PvP server. Like, I don't know, man. I hope that people have fun with it. I really do. I just don't think it's going to be great. I think it's going to be a pretty terrible experience. And I think that the people that want to be on PvP, those people, from what I could tell so far, they want to be there, but they are more of the really hardcore player that like to grief other people. Like, and they've talked about it. Right? They literally talk about it, saying that they like to grief other people. They enjoy that kind of gameplay. And it's like, well, you're just going to push everybody else out. That's what's going to happen. You're just going to push everybody else out. On paper, the Inquisitor is really good. What are your thoughts on the tanks overall? The Inquisitor is great. It's a great tank. My thoughts on the tanks overall are they're all pretty comparable. They all have good things. They all have bad things. You know, they all do something that, and they're all worth having in a group. I think the tanks, honestly, are all in a pretty good place. Of course, you're going to have tanks that are going to be slightly better than others in certain areas. The fighter is going to be a better, well, currently anyway, they may change it, is currently the better physical damage mitigation tank. It's the best physical damage mitigation tank. Shadow Knight's probably the best group tank from level 1 to 60. Inquisitor is the best caster tank, so going up against casters. And then the Paladin has its abilities to heal and some extra armor class and things, so it's also a really good tank. They're all very good for different reasons. So I think all 4 of them are going to be played. There's going to be a clear meta of who's going to be the best overall tank for raids, who's the best overall tank for groups, you know, tanks for certain situations. There's going to be that meta. It's going to be there. There's nothing we can do about it. Even if they try to balance the classes perfectly, there's still going to be a meta. There always will be. So, we just need to accept the meta to some extent. Like, fighters right now are probably going to be the best overall raid tank because the majority of damage done in the game is physical damage. And fighters are the best at defending physical damage. I mean, it's just a fact. And then you could also you could put all 4 of the tanks in a group together with an archer and with a beastmaster. So you get all the auras on the fighter. You know, it's just gonna be really good. It's gonna be a solid group. People aren't thinking really about, like, how to make raids right now, though. Like, they're not thinking, okay, we're going to put what classes you put in what groups and all that. You're going to want to put all 4 tanks, archer. Well, you're going to probably want to put 3 tanks plus the archer plus the beastmaster and an enchanter in the main tank group. And buff the fighter as much as you can. Depending on the depending on the fight that you're going into. What a waste of resources. What percentage of the player base income is going to be? Is that going to be insufficient? Of what? For the tanks? Or what are you talking about? You're talking about the PvP server? Oh yeah, I don't think it's really worth them worrying about, but people want a PvP, and I think that they should throw a server out there. Let them have a server and see what happens. I honestly think it should be one server with possible clusters if it's super busy the first month of beta, because that server is gonna die so stinking fast. Pop. It's gonna die very fast. I really wish they had a raid window, an actual quest journal. So far, that's my biggest gripe. I don't disagree. I think that I think raid frames would be really nice. I think that right now, the way they have it set up, raids are going to just be a Zerg fest. It's just going to be how many people can you throw at a raid mob once they actually tweak the raid mobs and get them in properly. Right now, they just don't have them. They're not testing them really. There's some raid content that's in the game. It's just not being tested. It just looks terrible. It feels terrible, most of it. I really hope at some point we get to test the raid content. My guess is they might open up like the alpha servers again, briefly. Maybe when the beta servers go down for those 2 weeks that they have the alpha servers up or something for certain people to go back and play on those and just have it closed. That would be actually kind of nice, because then we could test that raid content. It really, really needs to be tested. It's currently broken. But the quest journal, I agree. I think that the quest journal, like right now you have this journal, right? This journal's okay. It's okay. But it doesn't, like, you don't know what your quests are. I think they just need to update this a little bit. Like, how do we know if a quest is actually implemented or not? That's another issue that some of us kind of have not argued, but debated on. Should we know if we're actually working on a quest or if that's just lore in the game? So we don't really know. I like the CC and anti-spell and Inquisitor. I get physical damage is most prominent, but I feel spell damage is the most dangerous. Oh, spell damage is definitely the most dangerous. Absolutely. I mean, you see me fighting these Geomancers and Suncallers here, and Fakers. So the Geomancers and Suncallers can nuke me for 1,600. I only have 2,600 health. That's a lot, right? That's, like over half my health. In one nuke. If I let one of those off and I'm low on health, I'm dead. So yeah, you can't sleep on those casters. So Inquisitor is absolutely going to be a good class to have. The problem is, and what a lot of people don't realize, is that lower level, the Inquisitor is not that great, but they're fantastic at level 50 plus. They're fantastic at like level 40 plus, because there's a lot more caster mobs that you run into. But at lower level, you don't have nearly as many caster mobs, so they just don't feel it. Pop outside. So yeah, we'll just see what happens. We'll see what happens. I'm really looking forward to seeing these changes. Like we were talking about earlier, the class changes that are coming. I think that the hybrid classes, which are 3 of the 4 tanks, are going to get the most changes. I hope that the 3 of the hybrid classes get the most changes, at least starting out. So we'll see. Yeah, I was kind of baffled at SK getting a pet. Yeah, like, well, it's not just getting a pet. The reason the SK got a pet is because of EverQuest. Let's be honest, right? That's what it had in EverQuest. That's what it has in this game. The problem is that the SK pet is actually good. It does a ton of damage. It's actually really, really good. It doesn't need one, though. Like, it just doesn't need a pet. I personally feel like the SK pet's going to be the first one to go. Sean did say that a pet is going to be removed. At least one. Because right now you have 7 classes in the game that have solid usable pets. And then I heard a statistic, and I don't know where they're getting 13 from, but somebody said that there's 13 classes with pets. I can think of the Spellblade getting one at 55, the Paladin getting their kind of pseudo pet from their whatever it's called, Retribution, or not Retribution, their Golden Knight, whatever, I don't know, whatever it's called. You know what I'm talking about. Those 2, so that would make 9. I don't know what else gets a pet. But it doesn't matter. Yeah, I don't think Druid should have a pet. I don't think Shaman should have a pet. I think that the Enchanter having a pet is okay. But it doesn't necessarily need a pet, but it's fine that it has one. It doesn't break them by any means. But yeah, like, I think the Necromancer should get their pet. I think that the Elementalist clearly should get their pet. The Beastmaster having a pet, that makes sense. But yeah, the Shadow Knight, the Druid, the Shaman. I mean, you could make an argument for those to have a pet, sure, but I just don't think that they should. You can make an argument for anybody to have a pet, technically. I like the Vanguard's take on Necromancer pet. What was that one? I don't remember what they did. I didn't play Vanguard a lot. I played it, but I didn't play it a lot. So many classes that have a pet in Monster Memories because they had a class in EQ are missing that their EQ equivalent was a joke. Yeah. The whole because EQ did it is a terrible, terrible, terrible justification. Just because EQ did it doesn't mean it has to be in this game. And I know that this game is very much an EQ successor, but yeah, it's just not necessary. The Abomination that you got body parts. So they got body parts to make a pet or something. I kind of like what they did with pets in Pantheon, and I know people are going to be like, "What? Criddle actually saying something good about Pantheon?" I actually like what they did with the summoner pets in Pantheon. I thought it was a good idea. Necromancers could harvest hearts, claws, arms, etc., and put it onto their pet. And then it would what? Increase their DPS or something? Pantheon's idea? Yeah, exactly, Bugbear. That's exactly how I feel. Pantheon's class ideas are awesome. They're fantastic. Most of Pantheon's ideas are just phenomenal. It's a matter of getting them into the game, actually making them function properly within the game. But yeah, I mean I'll say positive things about Pantheon. I just don't think that the team is going to be able to pull it off. Depending on Monsters and Memories, what type of part you got? It affected the. Oh, okay, yeah, got you. Okay, I see what you're saying. It had like its own equipment slot for body parts. Okay. Yeah, Pantheon had equipment slots for different pieces of gear as well. So maybe it was something similar to that. Maybe they pulled that from Vanguard. That might have been where Pantheon got its idea from. And I think it's a good idea. I think it's solid. I would love to see something like that in this game. But I don't think we're going to get that anytime soon because they'd have to rework pets completely. Any date available for these class changes? No dates, no. They said, I think it was March 30th is when they mentioned big class update coming. And they've been kind of silent since then on it. Sean mentioned something about 8 days ago, something like that. Maybe a little bit more than that. Maybe like 10 days ago is the last thing. Yeah, so it's been like 2 weeks since anybody has said anything. So we're kind of just like, what the heck's going on here, guys? Like, could we get some information? It's kind of weird for this team, too, because this team communicates a lot. I can't loot this one. I can't loot the dog. It's kind of going down into the thing. So a couple weeks ago, could be 1 week or 1 month. So we'll see, I guess. Yeah. The lack of Sean stream. Huh? Yeah, looks like it. Yeah, that's good. Good to know. There's a pop outside. Oh, shoot. Okay, never mind. You want me to pull this one out here? Or are you good? Oh, never mind. I see you. Yeah. All right, I got on the second one, low one. Your pet's going wrong one. Lack of Sean stream this week has been unsettling. It really has, yeah. When he left, he said he was going to be gone for a week. Cool, that's fine. He's on vacation, doing his thing. Hey, you know, you deserve a vacation. No problems whatsoever, right? But then at the end, his last stream before he left, he's like, I'll be back, you know, Monday or Wednesday or something and stream. And then like no stream on Monday or Wednesday. Like, okay, what's going on? My guess is he's buckling down. You know, he's really, I think that the team is really getting into it. They're having a lot of meetings. You know, Sean doesn't always stream. He doesn't stream every week. He doesn't stream, you know, at any set schedule. He just streams when he streams. And it could mean bad things. It could mean good things. We don't really know. We don't really know. So I'm not going to speculate which way they're going with it, but, you know, it is like, uh-oh, what's going on? What's happening? You mentioned he'll be away on a trip with his wife. Yeah, that was last week. Because I went... The only reason I know that is because he said that, and I went on vacation as well last week. And I kind of made a joke about it. You know, we're vacationing together kind of thing. We are not. But yeah, he was gone. He was gone last week. But he has posted recently. Like, he's posted things on Discord over the last couple of days. So he's around. Bye. Have fun. I'll text you later. I hear you multi-boxer. Is this true? No. I don't. I do multi-box on like the alpha servers or, you know, on the open betas or whatever. Yeah, I'll multi-box on those. But no, I don't multi-box. Not on the no-box server. This is a no-box server. I won't do it. No sirree. Devs watch me like a hawk anyway. I couldn't get away with it. I mean, I'm streaming and the devs literally watched like a lot of the things that I do. So no, I don't multi-box. What are your thoughts on fighter? I've been thinking of going this route for simplicity of tanking, not worrying about mana management, and can just enjoy tanking. Yeah. I would say that's exactly why you want to play fighter. It's a great reason. Fighter is one of the reasons I like playing fighter is because it allows me to be able to read chat. I can stream and play fighter at the same time. You know, I'm tanking mobs, I'm reading chat. You know, I can do more. If I was playing like a Shadow Knight or a Paladin or something, I would have to constantly be pushing other buttons, casting spells, all that. And you can still do it. It's not like this game is super intensive as far as APM or anything. But yeah, fighter's a great, easier class to jump into, for sure. You hear people multi-box now? Yeah, I'm sure there are people multi-boxing. I am sure they are doing it. Lots of people, I'm sure, are doing it. Because I don't know that they can, their tooling can see it. You could have a VPN. As long as you have 2 different IP addresses, I don't know how they're ever going to find out that you're multi-boxing. You know, there's certain ways that people can play that can kind of hint to it, right? Stunned it. Sorry. There's certain ways that you can play that can kind of hint to multi-boxing, but can you prove it? No, not really. Can you speculate on it? Sure, all day. But hard to prove. If you think somebody's multi-boxing, though, you can report them. The devs will check it out. You know, let them deal with it. It's going to be a tough situation. They already banned like 50+ people from beta? I don't think they banned that many. Where are we getting that statistic from? I mean, I have no idea how many they banned. Sean said the other day on his stream that they did ban a couple people, I think, during the open test. But I don't think they said how many they've banned, if they've banned anybody from the beta. No, I mean, I know they have banned people from the beta. People have been banned in the beta, yes. That is 100% true. But I don't know how many. Yeah, he said that during the open beta, they banned one person for cheating. Like, just straight up cheating. He didn't say what kind of cheating, but he said they were cheating. And then they had a couple people that they had to give, like, temporary bans or something to as well. But, yeah. It's honestly good they are. Hang on, let me interrupt that. If devs discover they can study and figure out how to handle it, it's a good time for multis to show up. Yeah. I mean, that's why they're doing it in the beta, right? That's why they're testing it here in this phase. Can they catch people multi-boxing? I have no idea what they're doing to check on that and check and see if they're multi-boxing or whatever. I have no clue. I don't know what their back-end tools are. But it's going to be very hard for them to do. Just like it's very hard for them to figure out if people are using third-party software or if they're using mouse and keyboard macros. They can definitely tell, but there's ways around it too. So it's like, you know, how much effort are people putting into trying to cheat? Some people will put in a ton of effort to cheat. Other people are going to put in very little effort to cheat. So are they going to catch the people that are just putting in little effort? Like I use the analogy of a bike chain. You throw a bike chain on your bike and you put it in the wrong part of town, it's probably still going to get stolen, right? It's just the case of what happens. So those are the people that are like not really trying to hide their cheating. They're just kind of doing it. They're going to get caught. But somebody that really wants to hide it, the chances of them getting caught are a lot smaller. Now, I'm not like a computer programmer. Like I don't know all the technical aspects of it. I know a few things. I'm educated, but not, you know, super educated with it. But I know people that are, and they can do a lot. So how much they're catching, I don't know. You know, I'm not trying to say that the devs aren't as intelligent at all, you know, but people will go very big lengths to cheat because they like to be ahead of everybody else. They will absolutely go crazy trying to cheat. You just heard us all. They ban a handful of bad actors. Yeah, maybe. Most bans were name related, I thought. Maybe. I don't know. I don't know. There was some dupes people used. Oh, there were some dupes going on, and people were banned for that. Dupes, you're not going to get away with a dupe, guys. You're not going to get away with a dupe. Not going to happen. Like, the way that they have this game set up, they can see how much money people have all the time. They can just literally look and see who's got what kind of money. So if you dupe money, they're just going to be like, well, how did this person all of a sudden out of nowhere get, 100 platinum? They know. And then on top of that, they can see how many items are being looted. They can see, how many items you have on you. They can check all of that. Duping is going to be found very, very quickly, I feel like. Very quickly. So I would not recommend that one at all. I don't recommend cheating, period. But yeah, we'll just see what happens. Why multi-box on a no-box server makes no sense. No, it makes a lot of sense. It makes a ton of sense. The reason people multi-box on a no-box server is because they want to be able to get ahead, right? If I could play on my fighter, for example, I can't solo at all. But if I could play a healer and I can two-box, then now I can do a lot more that I couldn't do on my one character by itself. So there's tons of reasons to multi-box on a no-box server because it gives you a very big advantage over other players. Huge advantage. And some people like that advantage. They want to have that advantage. They want to be the first to get level 60. They want to be, they want to be able to go camp that item that's really hard to get, very hard to solo or whatever, but you can do it easily with a 2-box or 3-box or something. There's reasons people do it. Lots of reasons. Also hope they have tools to ban gold sellers. I think we're going to see that too, yeah. You're going to see that too. Hopefully they just, gold sellers have never tried very hard to hide what they're doing, right? They've never tried very hard. We all knew who the gold sellers were. So those are the people that are very easy to catch. But, a multi-boxer that's being somewhat intelligent. You don't even have to be that intelligent, to be honest. Like, you could be a complete idiot and probably multi-box and get away with it. Pop. Yeah. Just killing slightly too slow. But anyway, colored robe quest. You could use mud commands to hang on. Oh shoot! Wait, the lower one. I can't hit him. I got him. All right, I got him. I'm pulling him away. All right. The colored robe quest, you could use a mud command to spawn a shirt, and that shirt could be sold to NPCs. It's been fixed now. Oh, is that what they were doing? So you just get a shirt and just keep doing the shirt over and over and over? To me, that's not cheating. Because it is a function in the game. That to me is a lot like when they changed the arrows and you could take 1 wood and craft 100 arrows, and then you could sell 100 arrows for 100 copper. So you could buy 1 wood for a copper, and you could sell that 1 wood and arrows for 1 silver. So you're basically getting 100 times more money every time you do it. That was a bad idea, right? It was poorly implemented. They shouldn't have done it. But what I will say about that is it may not be cheating, but it is definitely, people shouldn't do it. If you find an exploit, you should report it, not do it, and move on. And I think people that do that kind of stuff definitely should be reprimanded in some way. Should they be permabanned? Maybe not. Maybe like a 1 day or a 7-day ban or something. Just be like, hey, don't do it again. If we catch you doing it again, then we will permaban you. That's kind of like a mess up by the devs, an oversight by the devs. Players shouldn't do it, but you know, you could make the argument one time saying, well, I didn't know that it wasn't supposed to be done, right? It's a dumb argument. I don't agree with it. I think they know what they're doing, but I think you can make that argument one time and be like, I didn't know I wasn't allowed to do that. And then they put that on, they say on your account, they got told not to do this, etc., whatever. And if they do it again in any way, then ban them. That's what I would say. Anyway, thankfully the multi-boxers are like, this cleric is my wife. She can't talk. She has her tonsils removed. Yes, that happens all the time, Nidiac. It's silly. Oh, that's my spouse. That's my kid. That's my dog. You know, they do it all the time, and it's dumb. You got a shirt and you're supposed to wash it. After you wash it, you got to clean it. So shirt. You just rub shirt and get billions of them. Yeah. Rub shirt, get a bunch, sell them, etc. I can see how you can make a ton of money that way. They just need to make it to where that shirt's no trade or doesn't sell to anybody. Just unflag it from selling. Fix that problem. And make it to where you can't have multiple of them. Make it unique. Make it a unique shirt, you know? Anyway, let me read some of the YouTube chat. I've been missing out on that. I apologize. I like the DOC and Necro the best. What do they do with the DAOC Necro? I agree on Pantheon. I like what they're doing, but don't think they're ever going to finish the game. I wish them the best, though. Yeah, same thing. I agree with you. What are your thoughts on a fighter? I think I read that one. Awesome. Brand new to this style of MMO. Never played EQ or anything. Well, that's awesome. I'm glad that you're checking this game out and you never played EQ. That's fantastic. I love seeing those people. People that play this game and are just like, this game looks fun. I love it. Absolutely love it. Fell in love, ended up calling in sick. Last playtest. Ooh, I like that. That's fun. Don't let these games ruin your lives, though, guys. Don't let it do that. I play the games a bunch too. I totally get it. I fall in love with them. I'm addicted to them. I will admit it. Absolutely, I'm addicted to these games. You know, could I quit? Yes, I could. If it started to affect my real life, yes, absolutely, I would quit in a heartbeat. You know, and it does affect my real life, but you know, it's not like I'm going to be homeless tomorrow. You know, but I do recommend, you know, curve it back a little bit if it starts to become a problem. I should probably leave in the next like 15 minutes or so, 20. So maybe next round of mobs if they don't get a whatever. Hope the game ages. They relax on boxing. I really like boxing. Well, you can multi-box, but just be on a boxing server. So they're going to have no-box servers, and they're going to have boxing servers. So if you want to be able to box at any point in the future, just go to a no-box or a multi-box server and just play there. And then you can box or you can not box. You can do whatever you want. Necro, you summoned the pet and turned into a ghost. You cast all your spells through the pet. That's cool. I like that idea. I think the Elementalist needs to do that. But yeah, the devs they're doing their best. Let's put it this way. They're doing their best to prevent anyone from doing things outside of their policies. Their play nice policy, their boxing policy, their no cheating policy, their macro policy, all of those things, right? They're doing their best to allow people to play the game the way they want to without getting an advantage outside of that. It's going to be an uphill battle, and I don't know. We'll see what happens with it. We'll see what happens. I encourage it. I really do encourage it. I mean, they've gotten on to me. They've come to me and said, "Hey, Criddle, stop using macros because I have mouse and keyboard macros. I can make a pretty easy macro on my mouse and keyboard, you know, to be able to push one button over and over and over and over and over and over and over." And I talked about it a lot. I had a macro created, and I've used it a bunch. Then I didn't have a macro created, and I used it a bunch. It's just, yeah. Anyway, there's false reports that were going on at one point, and there's not false reports that are getting flagged, and there's all sorts of stuff that's happening with it. But I've just changed the way that I play completely. I don't use any type of mouse or keyboard macros other than my mouse right here. This button right here is my stun button, and then this other button right here is my is bound to my 0 key, my numpad 0 key. Other than those two, I don't use any type of mouse or keyboard macros because it's not worth getting banned over. It's not worth arguing with the devs over. I just don't worry about it. I think that they should have that, like a turbo key, right? Instead of pushing the button, like going like this and pushing the button, boom, 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 just hold the button down, and it's a turbo key, and it pushes it for you. I think they should have that. I think they should allow that. They should be okay with it. They're not. They're not okay with it. Because that's something specifically they said to me to not do. Because that's what I was doing. But it was the way that I did it, right? It was the way that I had it set up that they didn't like. So I just stopped doing it. I was just like, okay, fine. I won't do it anymore. Rebinding a button doesn't matter. No, rebinding a button doesn't matter. I don't know how I have it set up on these two buttons. I have no idea how I have it set up. But like I had it set up to where I push a button, I hold it down, and it just goes doot, 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 and it just keeps pushing the button over and over and over. That's how I had it set up. They didn't like that. Like a turbo button on a controller or something, right? You push the button and it just repeatedly pushes that button over and over and over. Well, it was on the merchant. Well, you talking about your spell? Yeah, the other one was on the merchant. Yeah. Well, at one point, they did say, I think it was Nick that said it, but they did say that a lot of the spells were going to be on spell merchants, and then they were going to start to take them off and put them as drops throughout the game. But they never did that, so I don't know if they're planning on doing that later. They don't need to, I don't think, but like I feel like if they're going to do drop spells, it should be quality of life kind of things or like cosmetic kind of things. I don't know if they're going to do like a KEI kind of situation where it's a raid boss that drops like the best clarity in the game. People would definitely complain about that. Maybe they have a bot catcher which catches exact interval usage. Well, they do. They absolutely have a bot catcher that does that. Yes, that's 100% what it is. But it's more than that. It's way more than that. They don't want you even holding down a key for that turbo thing. They don't want you doing any of that. I talked to them a few times. There was a debate going back and forth. It didn't get heated. I don't want to say heated, but it definitely was not going well, and it sounded like I was arguing with them, and I wasn't trying to argue with anybody. I do come off as very argumentative, though, and I totally understand that. I'm not trying to argue, ever. But that's basically what happened with it. So I just said, okay, fine. I give up. I give up. I'm not going to do it. I won't do anything anymore. I'm done. I don't want to argue with you. I don't want anybody thinking I'm arguing with you. I want to make this game better. I would just change the way that I play the game. And I did. What if you have disability that makes using macros easier? That's literally the thing that I've been telling them, and that's what I brought up to the devs. And I said, I think that you need to have more accessibility. I really do think you should have more accessibility. Yeah, I agree, Burl. I think that you should be able to do it. Absolutely should be able to do it. The problem is that you can use it to automate your gameplay. And that's what they don't want you to do. And I'm like, there's a very big difference between automating my gameplay and making it easier for me to push buttons so I don't have to sit there and physically push a button over and over and over and over. They disagreed. That's the long and short of it. They disagreed. So I just said, okay. And I let it go. They probably want a one button press per action macros. What's your macro? Cast a bunch of abilities, and you turboed that. Yeah, that's what I did. It was basically, I mean, I didn't turbo it, but yes, that is effectively what it was. Is I hit the my numpad 0 key. That's what casts spells, and then I can macro that key to be whatever I want, right? So like on my mouse right here, this is numpad 0 on my mouse, so I can hit that button and it hits numpad 0 and it triggers this macro right here. So I just spam that one numpad 0. I just spam it instead of pushing it down and turboing it, right? The best nuke for Elemental Wizard in the game is drop spell, the Fires of Eth. Yeah? Have you seen that one drop? But yeah, they have talked about spells. They've talked about spells dropping and all that kind of stuff. But what I'm kind of talking about is they wanted to do like quality of life spells is what they talked about previously. So like, you might get a single target version of a spell while you're leveling, but then there might be a dropped version or a researched version of the spell that might give you a group version of that same spell. So that's the kind of quality of life that they said they were going to do, but I don't know if they've done that. You've seen it drop. It's not on the merchant. Where did you see it drop? That's probably why then they would probably call that automation. They do. Yeah, I know exactly why they're saying it. Yes. Like I'm not disagreeing with that, right? That's why they thought I was arguing with them. I wasn't arguing. I was just trying to say maybe you should have it to where you can, you know, a little bit of disability features, some accessibility features, and that's, and they basically were like, well, we're not debating this. Stop doing it. And I said, okay, I'm gonna stop doing it. Fine. So I stopped. I totally get where they were coming from, and I don't disagree with what they were saying, right? They don't want, because there's a very fine line between holding a button down and it pushing something over and over and toggling that button by pushing it one time and toggling it on and it pushes a button over and over, right? It's literally on my keyboard. I could show it to you if you really want to see it. On my keyboard, it's literally just a toggle versus hold. That's the only difference. Everything else is the exact same. So I get where they're coming from, and I'm just trying to say, like, well, maybe we should find a better solution to this. Because I feel like there should be some sort of press and hold or whatever kind of mechanic. I don't know where it dropped, but the guy had it and was trying to figure out if it was a spell on the merchant. Confirmed it wasn't. Do you know who had it? I'm just curious. Like, I want to know where they got it from. Maybe. Nah, I'm checking. But yeah, anyway, all I could say about the whole thing, the short version of everything that I just said is they are checking for cheating. They are checking for boxing, and they're checking for botting, and they're checking for all that. There are programs that are out there that do a lot of very powerful things, and they are catching people that are using those. But there are people that are using them that are not getting caught. At least to my knowledge, they are not getting caught. I know of people that are using some of those things or have used them in the past, and no one's ever said anything to them. So, you know, I can only assume no one has. I mean, I don't know. But all right, you want me to just camp here? Okay, I'll just camp over here. I can always train out if I need to. Oh, yeah, let me get Sal again from you. Anyway, it is past my my time that I needed to jump off of here. A few minutes past, not much. So I'm going to go ahead and get off of here. I got to go take a quick shower, and then I got to go to my son's band thing. He got into all-county band. Super proud of him, so I'm going to go support him with that. You know, cheer for him and all that and listen to the band. Super excited to check that out. But I will be back on here tomorrow morning, 9 a.m. at the latest. I'll try to get on early most days. But yeah, I'll be on in the morning. We'll be playing more of this and just kind of checking it out. Let me see. Is there anybody I should raid? Is there anybody like doesn't have very many viewers that is really good? Let's look. Let me look. I don't really like raiding too many people, but let me look and see if there's anybody that looks fun. Let's see. I need to look into them. Burrow, you should look into some of these streamers for me. I can't do it right now. It's like it's not loading. Why is it not loading? All right, we'll look at it. We'll look at it later. I can do that today if you want. You think we should do that one today, Burl? We'll do it today. Fine. Why not? What is it, Keston TV? Yeah, I think that's what it is. We'll do that. Take care, everybody. Have a good one. See you next time. Appreciate you being here. All that kind of jazz. Yeah, be back tomorrow morning, 9 a.m. Bye.